All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you're new. Thank you guys so much for being here today and joining me. We have some really interesting PlayStation news to go over and talk about today, something that I am eager to get into because there are some, I don't know if the word exciting, right? Like, I don't know if that's the right word to use. I don't know that I could call it exciting, but I could call it significant. We have some very significant things happening at Sony PlayStation, and I really wanted to just take some time here today to go over this with you. We have official reports, we have rumors. Now, there's one thing in particular we're going to be covering today, a rumor from, it's weird because I don't know if rumor is the right word. It hasn't been confirmed, or at least only part of it has been confirmed. So you really have to question whether or not it's actually a rumor at that point. But we have David Jaffe, okay, who seems to have some contacts at Sony. He recently gave us some insight into what's going on at Sony, the current situation, and a lot of people, I think, wrote him off and just said, whatever, man, like, who cares what David Jaffe has to say? But then, not too long after, at least part of what he discussed ended up actually officially getting confirmed, which then made me pay much more attention to what David Jaffe had to say, because if he got that part right, there's a really good chance that the other things he was saying are also correct. So, yeah, we're going to talk all about this today. And again, I do want to thank everybody for being here. I see that RPG88 starts off the stream by gifting a membership. Let's get some W's in the chat for RPG88. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you showing your support.
Appreciate it.
Ray, you're saying it's bright in the room. Yeah, I decided to just go with some natural lighting today. Let me add that to the membership counter. Yeah, so this is a good opportunity for me to just let you guys know different ways you can help support my channel, help support my content. Obviously, being here, watching it is the most important. Big shout out to all of my viewers and supporters. Thank you, guys. If you want to take a second of your time, hit that like button. It really helps the streams. I very much appreciate that. But if you want to go above and beyond and help support what I do here directly, there are basically three ways you can do that. Number one, you can become a channel member. This supports me directly. You gain access to some exclusive content, exclusive emojis. If you are already a channel member, you can consider gifting channel memberships. It's a big thing that we do here on the channel, and it's a very generous thing that the community does, and it helps support me directly. So if you have that membership badge next to your name, consider gifting. And finally, you can donate a super chat. You can ask a question, give an opinion, make a statement, whatever else you might want to do. And it's a great way to keep the conversation flowing in different directions, but also, again, supporting me. So big shout out to everybody who continues to support my content here. We have Kipford, member for 32 months. He says, it's been a while, just wanted to stop by and say F Xbox. I Platinum Spider-Man 2. It's definitely Game of the Year. Tony Todd nailed that role, and I loved every minute. Well, I agree with that. F Xbox, certainly Kipford. That's what we say here. Kipford, man, it's like you weren't even gone. You're saying you Platinumed Spider-Man 2, and it's your Game of the Year. I mean, I don't know if I have to get the Platinum first. I'm on my way to doing that. I can't tell you yet whether or not it's my Game of the Year until I get that Platinum, but I certainly do believe it is a Game of the Year contender, no doubt about it. And you're saying Tony Todd nailed the role? Absolutely, man. Tony Todd was perfect. Absolutely perfect as Venom. I mean, he obliterated that role, dude. And we have 18 May. 18 May follows up RPG88 and drops 5 membership gifts for us, guys. Let's get some W's in the chat for 18 May. Thank you so much for doing that, 18 May. I really appreciate that support. That brings us to 6 members gifted already on the day. So we are well on our way to the halfway mark there to the goal. Really appreciate that, 18 May. I'm going to give you, since we're talking about Tony Todd, give you a Venom. And you know what? I'll give you Jim Ryan as well, because Jim Ryan is certainly going to be part of the conversation we have today. What is my current Game of the Year? Right now, my current game of the year is Final Fantasy 16, and that's why I'm saying I want to finish out Spider-Man 2 and platinum it, to see if Spider-Man 2 takes that crown from Final Fantasy 16. But Alan Wake 2 is looking really, 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 really good. I would not be surprised if by the time I finish Alan Wake 2, I haven't started it yet, I haven't played it yet. Got to get through Spider-Man first. But by the time I get to it, I would not be shocked at all if I end up thinking, wow, okay, yeah, this is also a Game of the Year contender for me personally. But right now, FF16 still has that crown. I did everything in that game. The boss battles are still very prominent in my mind. But Spider-Man 2, it's getting pretty close. And I want to experience everything the game has to offer before I come to any conclusions. But again, 18 May, shout out to you for gifting those memberships. And with that being said, we're going to get into this here. So there actually is a video that I'm going to react to with you guys. I'm going to bring it up on screen here momentarily. You're saying give a warning when you start talking Spider-Man 2 spoilers. So I should clear this up. And I hope this doesn't negatively impact my viewership today. I probably shouldn't have even said anything yesterday. If you were watching my stream yesterday, I said today was going to be the Spider-Man 2 spoiler cast. I decided against that. We're not doing the Spider-Man 2 spoiler cast today. I figured, you know what? We'll talk about these topics. I'm going to give people... because I haven't even platinumed the game myself. You know, I did complete it, but I realized, you know what? I'll give people more time. If I didn't even get the platinum yet, I'm sure many other people haven't either. So you don't have to worry about any spoilers or anything like that. We're not talking about Spider-Man 2 in that way today. We'll probably do that sometime soon during a segment of one of the upcoming streams. And I'll put a big spoiler warning on screen. Like I'll have on screen, it'll say spoilers in red, so you'll know. And I have Michael Werneth here with a $5 super chat. He says, I want to gift a membership with exclamation points. And he says, I don't know how, though. Michael, it depends on where you're trying to gift that membership from. You can do it on desktop. I know you can do it on mobile if you're on Android. I think if you are... on Apple or if you're on iPhone, you might not have that option. So, Michael, I don't know if that's, what you're on right now, iPhone. I will tell you, and I'll tell everybody else this. Some people in the past have discovered that you can bypass it by going into Safari and going into the desktop version, basically, of YouTube through Safari, and the option should show up. But yeah, there should be as RPG88 is pointing out, bottom right corner, bottom left corner, depending on where it's at on your screen, should be like a dollar sign there, and you click on that and it'll ask you if you want to gift memberships. But either way, man, I do appreciate the super chat as well. It's very kind of you, man. So hopefully that helps. But let's go over this report here, or what's being said. Well, actually, before I do that, I want to bring up this David Jaffe video. It's about 11 minutes, and I want to watch it together with you guys because he reveals some really interesting stuff about what's going on internally at Sony, some of the problems they're seemingly running into. And yeah, after we listen to what he has to say, we're going to go over the official reports, and then we're going to talk all about it. Okay, so give me a second just to bring this up here. Okay, so the title of David Jaffe's video is Multiple Sources, Last of Us Factions Status plus Games as a Service Upset PlayStation 5 Developers Related, Connie was fired. So again, this is there's a lot of stuff here to unpack. So let's listen to what Mr. Jaffe has to say. And for those who don't know, I think most of you do know, but David Jaffe, he's the original creator of God of War and Twisted Metal. He worked at PlayStation back in the day, responsible for some of the, most beloved series and PlayStation games. So yeah, let's listen to what he has to say.
Hey,
Oops.
humans.
Sorry, I have to put the audio through my headphones here. Give me just a second.
Jaffe. Good to see you. Okay, so I want to give you a little bit more update on what I hear is happening within Sony PlayStation as it relates specifically to Connie Booth no longer being there and how that's affecting the studios. Okay, so, and I'm looking at an email over here. It's going to be a very, not rambling video, but it's I'm just getting this information. And I'm getting it, excuse me, from, I think it's like, two different people are sending me emails, so I'm having to put all these together at the same time. What I can tell you is this. I don't know what a reporter needs for verification, but what I can tell you is this is now coming from people within Sony, within PlayStation, people who've directly spoken with Connie about this. So it's as verified as a layperson like me knows, but I figured it was enough to share. And before I get to it, and I'm not teasing or anything, I do want to say that fundamentally though, at a meta level, this is, interesting, but at a human level, we are talking about a number of people, but certainly Connie, in her case, who has really given a huge portion of her life to this company. And I haven't spoken with her, I haven't talked to her in a while, but I have to imagine that she's probably, some kind of grieving process is happening. I mean, this was a big part of who she was. So I want to be clear. This is not, it's interesting, like I said, when you're talking about the business at large. But
sorry if his audio is low. It's as loud as it can go.
As
I think before, it's on his end. It's a little bit low.
Well wishes go out to Connie. I'm a huge fan of the woman. Okay, here we go. Okay, so she was fired. She was not let go. She didn't retire. She didn't quit. She was fired. There was apparently almost no notice, no advance warning. It just kind of happened. I won't give you the direct quote, but apparently, if you look at Alan Becker, right? Alan Becker was given till Friday. He got a call earlier in the week. He used to run Sony Japan. And it's like your last day is Friday. Apparently, Sean Layden was literally escorted out of the building. Like, that was faster than Connie and Alan. She was in between, right? So maybe she had a day, maybe. But
escorting him out of the building? Jesus.
Which is crazy. What this individual is saying inside of Sony is that Jim Ryan...
really quickly here, sorry to pause there, but I do want to acknowledge very quickly. We have Michael Werner, dude. Thank you so much. I guess you were able to figure it out, man. You became a channel member, so welcome to Greatness Awaits, dude. I really appreciate you supporting me in that way, man. So big shout out to you for that. And just so you know, I actually didn't realize you weren't a member when you asked how do you gift. Now that you are a member, you do have the ability to gift memberships as well. So big shout out to you for that, man.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And Domingo813, he says, hey, MBG, look at Shinobi602, his latest tweet when you can. All right, Domingo. Let me finish listening to what David Jaffe has to say here, and then I'll go check out his tweet. All right, let me get back to this here. Appreciate all the support, guys.
Was convinced, as we know, that games as a service was the future. Everybody is making games as a service, right? So he told the studios to start making them. And obviously that wasn't, as you would imagine, taken in with a lot of love from the studios that had come up making, single-player cinematic games and narrative and focus on fidelity of visual and all that stuff. And so apparently this made a lot of the studios very unhappy. Apparently when the Naughty Dog game was canceled, that was kind of a bridge too far for a lot of people. A lot of the studios, they got very upset that the game had been canceled and very upset that they were, or at least some of them were being forced to make these sorts of games. And according to this source, which is doesn't matter, all of this somehow was blamed on Connie, which, you know, you know, nobody can quite figure out how this was Connie's fault, especially given that Connie's always just been, a great, warrior for Sony and I'm sure,
So really quick, I'm going to finish this out, but I should have mentioned, and I don't think David Jaffe mentioned it either. Connie Booth, probably some people here, maybe a lot of people, who is this person? Connie Booth is somebody who's been at PlayStation the entire time, just like Jim Ryan, since the PlayStation 1. She's been part of Sony for 34 years. And that's basically an entire career there. And more importantly, she's like the head of production. She's been the head of production for PlayStation for a long time. And she is, a vital role there within Sony. Basically, when you look back throughout all of the PlayStation generations at all the games we've gotten, good and bad, she's likely had some kind of role to play in those games and the development of them or the production of them, So I should have mentioned that earlier. That's who he's saying was fired. He then goes on to say that, Jim Ryan was pushing for the games as a service, tasked the studios with making these games as a service. Apparently, some of this internal Sony studios were not happy making these games as a service. And now, with Connie being apparently she is the one being blamed for this. And you know what's so weird about this to me? And Kipford, big shout out to you, buddy. Kipford comes in and he donates donates a membership. Big shout out to you, Kipford. Thank you for keeping it going, man. I think you just brought us up to either 7 or 8 members on the day. I'll check in just a moment. Let's get some W's in the chat for Kipford. What I think is really interesting here, okay? The one thing Jaffe doesn't talk about is whether or not Jim Ryan was fired. Because there was a lot of speculation that Jim Ryan didn't retire. This is how they handle it at the higher levels. When you're a higher level CEO or executive, you don't get fired. You get told it's your time to step down. And then they step down. And that's it. Or they retire. You get told it's time to retire and then they retire. What I think is really interesting about the timing of David Jaffe's reports here and the timing of Connie Booth's firing is Jim Ryan, he may have kind of seen the writing on the wall, and maybe he realized that, maybe I messed up. maybe this isn't how PlayStation's future is going to go. What I'm referring to is the games as a service, because David Jaffe here does say that Jim Ryan was the one basically responsible for pushing games as a service. So Connie Booth is underneath Jim Ryan, very high up, on the ladder, on the hierarchy, but still below Jim Ryan because he's a CEO. So if he says, we're going all live service, Connie, make the shift, make the pivot, do what you got to do. And then he leaves. And I think I think Connie Booth had to take the fall for this because Jim Ryan either already did or couldn't. Like I said, Jim was either fired or he actually just retired. And if he just simply retired, you can't point the finger at him because he's already gone. He's going to be at Sony till March, but his time's up. So this is just really fascinating to me if there's truth to this, which I think there is, because it's worth noting that a lot of people were saying David Jaffe, don't listen to him. David Jaffe doesn't know what he's talking about. He just wants attention. He's just jaded. He's bitter. And I get it, man. I understand why some people have the opinions of David Jaffe that they do. But at the same time, this guy, more than anybody out here, very likely has contacts at Sony. And he's sitting here saying that people from Sony are talking to him about this. And so a lot of people and I was waiting. I was like, okay, if what David Jaffe's saying is true, we're going to hear more about it. He's not going to be the only source we end up hearing it from. And then not too long after he comes out and reveals all this stuff, we do get confirmation that Connie Booth leaves Sony. Now, that Sony didn't say she was fired, but just out of nowhere, she's gone. I think it's obvious she was fired. I mean, there's really no reason for her to leave. And so I'm just sitting here thinking like, okay, Jim says we're going all in on live service. They do that for a couple years. They run into problems. Some of the studios are unhappy. Connie Booth is maybe, Jim leaves. Connie Booth is there. Herman Holst is there. Who's going to be the fall guy? Who's going to take the fall for this? Somebody has to. I don't know. It's very, very interesting stuff. I want to finish out this video though. So hang tight, guys. This is an 11-minute video or a 12-minute video. We're at about 5 minutes. So let's finish it out and see what else he has to say.
I'm sure she had her opinions, but I don't know what happened there. I'm trying to get a little more clarity, and if I get some today, I'll give it to you. But apparently, the studios were upset. It sounds like the Naughty Dog thing being canceled was the straw that broke the camel's back, and whatever came of that turmoil was blamed on Connie, and they fired her. There's more details, of course. This is a very meta, but like I said, this is all I have, but I know this is confirmed, so I'm sharing it with you. It sounds like, and I'm waiting for clarity on this as well, the vast majority of the people who worked with Connie, they're gone. And it sounds like they're gone when she was gone. It's not like they slowly peeled off over the years. My understanding is this affected all of them. And I don't understand, like, if she was fired, which she was, then the people around her couldn't have been fired just because they worked with her. So maybe they later, I don't laid them off, but fired her. I have no clue. But it sounds like there's a very small number of people who are still hanging on that were working with Connie. The last thing I'll tell you, I asked, this is a different source now. I was asking about Herman Holst, and this is what this person was saying. They said that this person has no love for Herman Holst. Okay, so, and it makes sense. But he did say, there's your hint, it's a dude, at least one of them. I was asking about Angie Smets, and he had nothing but great things to say about, is it Smets? About Angie Smets. Everybody who I've talked to who are still very upset about what happened to Connie are like, as an unrelated issue, Angie Smets is awesome. She's great. So
to be clear, Angie Smets, the person he's talking about right now, is the person that is taking over Connie Booth's role. So that is, to me, something really good to be extracted from this. I mean, it's unfortunate that somebody like Connie Booth over there at PlayStation for 34 years, largely responsible for a lot of the stuff we got. It's unfortunate that it had to end with her being fired. But he's saying the person that's taking her role, Angie Smets, she comes from Guerrilla. Apparently, everybody loves her. No problems. That's good. I think that's good news because, man, it would be pretty horrible if it's like, well, Connie Booth's gone and the person who's replacing her, everybody hates. That would be certainly very concerning.
No one has anything negative to say about her as far as I can find that have been talking to me. But as to Herman, though, apparently he was all in favor. Apparently, I don't have proof of this. This is coming from one dude, but there's one dude I trust. Apparently, he was in big favor of cutting all the Japanese studios. So that's the only thing this person really knows about him, and the fact that I
wonder why that is.
Angie in there, and as to who pulled the trigger with Connie, I don't know. I don't know if it was Herman, but anyway, there you go.
Herman the Executioner.
Connie was fired. Insane to say. Insane. If you, from my brain, it's an impossible sentence almost, because it's like, Connie, what? Connie is on, Connie's not PlayStation, but Connie's, anyway, she was fired. A lot of her team, sounds like, were removed, or maybe they just in protest left. I don't know that, but they're mostly gone. All of this comes about, most of this comes about because of the pivot to games as a service. When the water started to boil on that, if it was right when Jim Ryan announced he was doing it, and so this is over a year brewing, or whether it was, none of the studios liked it. I mean, look, Connie was overseeing Haven, which is Jade Raymond's, what is their game? The thieving sci-fi thing, games as a service. So clearly the studios had pivoted, not all of them, but it sounds like the real boiling point came when they either canceled or almost canceled or put on ice, as they said, the Naughty Dog game, and that was enough to kind of send a lot of people getting pissy, and understandably, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Maybe it was good they canceled it. Maybe Bungie was right about their saying it. I don't know. But regardless, though, the blame has fallen on Connie, and maybe it's the blame has fallen because they're like, you should have kept the studios, you should have managed that politically so they wouldn't be so upset. I have no idea. I'm just guessing at this point. But anyway, that's what I know. Again, fundamentally, we're dealing with an amazing person who's just great at this job. And I'll tell you something. Like I said, Microsoft, what are you doing? Call the woman. She's probably like, fuck you all. I don't want to work with any of you people. I mean, anyway, that's a different thought.
Damn.
But anyway, and the other part is interesting. I never really thought about what the Sony teams that had come up, like I said, making these, beloved single-player, high-fidelity games would think about this pivot. I just kind of assume, well, they'd still get to keep making what they're making, and there's this new group of people making the games as a service. And maybe that is the case, but this is the first I'm hearing of internal strife over the Sony pivot. And so it's interesting. It's very interesting.
I agree. It is interesting.
Connie leaving is a big deal for just the games she was producing and whatnot, and what she offers to Sony and her knowledge of the whole process and the business. But now, if Sony fired Connie because of something to do with how the studios were responding to games as a service, I don't know. I don't know how much longer the people who are really about that are going to want to stay. But I'm speculating. I don't have any. I'm not trying to let's doom. Maybe it's fine. Maybe the God of War team and Shishima looks amazing. Shishima
no,
2
I think
maybe,
it.
And
I think. Well, that's basically where the video ends. Lot to unpack here. I don't think David Jaffe is asking any of the wrong questions. I think these are all very important questions, considering what's happening right now. So let me take this off the screen. I know I got a couple of super chats here. Let me go see what you guys are saying. Kitbird with and Domingo, I'm going to go check that tweet in a minute here after I react to this. Kitford with a $5 chat says, got to head out. We'll rewatch later when I can. Have a good day. I'm sorry I wasn't able to read that sooner, Kitford. I guess you're not here, but I really appreciate the support, bud, if you watch this later. And Domingo813 says, reminds me of Norman Osborn getting fired in Spider-Man 1. Yeah. I mean, legendary performance there from Willem Dafoe. It absolutely does come to mind here. And we have Flatted Fifth with a $5 super chat. He says, it never made sense he retired. Why would he retire right before seeing his Vision games as a service come to life? I do agree with that. I mean, the one thing that makes me think maybe he really did actually retire, or maybe he ran into some problems that he was just thinking, I don't want to deal with this. And maybe that's what it was. Maybe, I mean, Jim seems like a pretty smart guy in the sense that he knows the business side of it. Maybe he just knew, you know what? This isn't going to work the way I thought it was. I'm going to head out now. All right, I'm going to head out. You know what I mean? Which, he said that it was because of traveling and whatnot. And he is an older guy. I mean, he's in his 60s. He says he has to fly 2 weeks to, I think, California, a week in Japan, and he gets 1 week at home in the UK. I'm like, yeah, that sucks. I could see how that takes a toll on especially an older guy who probably wants to just relax at home and spend time with his family. But the timing of all this is what's peculiar to me. Because you are right in that, like, you know, he was the one who pushed for this, and I'm sure the one thing that I find difficult to believe is that Jim didn't want to be in control of what's going to happen with these games as a service. That to me is hard to believe. And before I get to Supremacy Super Chat, we have Corey the Legend Landiga. He comes in and he drops a 10 bomb. Corey, thank you so much, my friend. Corey comes in and he drops 10 membership gifts on us, guys. Just like that. Let's get some W's in the chat for our man Corey here. He's always showing incredible support to the channel and to the community. Corey, thank you so much, man. He brings us up to 18 members on the day. So just like that, we are very close to the halfway point of what is, again, a large goal here, which can't thank you guys enough, man. And one more time, just a big shout out to Corey for always showing a ton of support. And then, dude, Hellbound 1981. Hellbound, another legend. Somebody who's always here alongside Corey and others gifting memberships to this community. He drops a 10 bomb as well. That's 2 10 bombs. Drop back to back. Hellbound. Big shout out to you, man. I got to give you guys a holy shit for that one. Hellbound. Let's get some W's in the chat, guys. I'll give you a Mark Cerny as well. If we lose Mark, we know something's really wrong, guys. We can't lose Mark. All right, we lost Jim. We're losing Connie Booth. We can't lose Mark. But Hellbound, I really appreciate you following up Corey's 10. Guys, that's 20 memberships gifted, and that brings us up to 28 memberships just like that. So we just blew right past the halfway point. As I always say, you guys are the reason these streams happen. You guys are the reason why this content is produced. You are the sponsors of it. So big shout out to you guys. Big shout out to this community. All right. Before I get too off track here, you're saying MBG, your chat is wild and people need to separate the YouTuber Jaffe, who's an older guy trying to play the game, and a guy who knows more about the industry and any other people. Yeah, guys, listen, I'm not going to tell you how to feel about David Jaffe. That's not my place. You know, feel how you want about anybody. All I will say is that David Jaffe is an individual that comes from Sony. And if he says he has some sources within Sony, I believe him. I do. Like, I don't see any reason why he would lie about that. But again, you'll notice that I didn't immediately cover what David Jaffe said here because I wanted to wait and see if anything was validated. And holy shit! Oh my God, dude, what? What just happened, bro? Michael Werneth, who just became a channel member, man. He just became a channel member. He drops a fucking 50 bomb. He just nuked it. Michael just dropped 50 membership gifts. Oh my God, dude. I'm in shock, bro. I missed it. He said right before he did it, who's ready for a mega membership drop? I totally missed that, dude. Wow, I'm blown away. That is crazy. Dude, you guys are insane. Michael, I'm just shocked, man, because you just became a member and you dropped a freaking 50 bomb on us. And the gifts are still being given out. I will use this opportunity to let everybody know. I don't know how many new viewers we have here in the chat. I see Generic is asking. Click any of the gift icons up top and opt in to become a channel member. Okay? Oh, yeah. Here you go.
That is some triple A.
Did that play? Did that Arnold soundbite play? Make sure you click any of the gift icons, opt in to become a channel member so you can receive a membership gift. It's non-recurring. It's just a free month of a membership, courtesy of the generous gifters here. So with that 50 bomb, we are at 78 channel members. Just like that. Holy shit. Michael, Hellbound, Corey, everybody else who's gifting. Thank you guys so much. I'm actually going to have to update the member goal here. We have one of the best communities on YouTube, no doubt about it. One of the most generous. Really appreciate the support, guys. Where are we at? God, I can't even keep up. And dude, as I'm updating the memberships, guys, we got a full-blown membership train going right now. Corey, the legend, comes back in with another 10 bomb. He drops 10 more gifts. Bring us up to 88. He brings us up to 88 members, dude. And Michael says, and Supremacy, I am going to read your super chat. There's just more I have to say about it. So hang tight. Michael comes in and he drops a $5 super chat saying, cheers, everyone. Unfortunately, I have to go. Thanks, guys. Well, I mean, goddamn, man, that's one hell of a way to end your time here on the stream. But Michael, I appreciate you stopping by, man, and absolutely insane support. So really appreciate that. He just comes in, drops a 50 bomb, and is like, all right, guys, I'm heading out now. Very nice of you, dude. Very nice of you. Corey, dude, no, don't stress about it, man. You don't have anything to prove, Corey. You don't. I appreciate anything you do for the channel. Anybody who gifts at all, I appreciate you all the same. I just have to always give a big shout out to those who are gifting a lot because it helps tremendously. So thank you guys so much. But Corey brings us up to 88 members. So let me update this and we'll continue this conversation. Let me get this on screen here and we'll keep this thing going. So there we go. Somehow, man, we just went from being in the 20s to now we're in the 80s. Good shit, dude. You're saying Wolverine is confirmed to be in the same universe as Spider-Man? Where did this confirmation come from? Supremacy 101. He drops a $20 super chat, which I very much appreciate. Thank you for that, Supremacy. And he says, MBG, what have I been telling you? The idea of games as a service isn't bad per se, but the idea of putting your developers through the ringer, however, isn't. Had they simply purchased publishers making these games as a service, this could have been avoided altogether. Very interesting, Supremacy. Very interesting. And I'm sorry, Supremacy, before I can actually answer this, Corey will not stop going berserk with the memberships. Dude, Corey, bro, that's basically a 50 bomb all in all here. Corey drops 20 more memberships. He drops another 20 bomb. Holy shit, he just crushed another goal. Look at this. Look at those memberships being distributed in the chat, man. Incredible. Corey, I cannot thank you enough, man. Everybody who gifts, I cannot thank you enough. You guys are insane. I have to update the member goal again. We're at 108 members. I am flabbergasted. You guys are incredible. 108 members just like that. Good shit, guys. Good shit. As I always say, we have one of the most generous communities here. One of the most giving. Corey with a 20 bomb, bro. I gotta give you one more.
That is some trouble.
Oh, you know what? I'll use haven't used Snake in a while either.
Kept you waiting.
So there you go, man. There you go. Thank you so much. You're saying Brian Intihar confirmed the connection on the Kind of Funny spoiler cast. Really? I wouldn't consider that a spoiler. I just think that's fascinating. I'm not going to spoil anything. There was, if you played Spider-Man 2, the main story, you know what I'm talking about, so I'm not going to spoil it. But for those of you who've played through the story, there was this one part in the game where it just was random and out of nowhere, where they like teased something outside of Spider-Man that it was just like out of nowhere. And you're just like, wait, hold on. Is that what I think it is? And it's like, yeah, it is. It's not Wolverine, but it's just, to me, that was kind of the confirmation that, yeah, they're going to start, I think, over time connecting some things and creating their own kind of Marvel gaming universe. I really do think that is what Insomniac is going to end up doing. Again, if you played it, you know what I'm talking about. Or hopefully you didn't miss it if you played it. But Supremacy, getting back to what you're saying here, man. Sorry. Getting back to what I was going to say to Supremacy here. What Supremacy 101 is saying is that if Sony had made the decision to buy a publisher that has 1 or 2 or 3 successful live service games, this would have made more sense than them tasking their own studios with trying to make games as a service. And I can't. So Supremacy, you're saying this could have been avoided. You're probably right about that. I have no doubt about it, Supremacy. I think you're right in that if Sony made that decision from the get-go, it would have avoided the internal turmoil that PlayStation Studios is experiencing right now. But there is something that I think makes this more complicated, and it's not so straightforward, I guess, and it's that we still lack so much understanding, right? There's only so much we can infer and we can assume based off of what we know. And even as you can hear with what David Jaffe was saying, even he's unsure about a lot. I mean, you're talking about somebody who's actually talking to a couple people internally at Sony, and even he's kind of unsure. And I bet you that there are actually even developers at PlayStation that are also even kind of unsure. You know, nobody knows everything except those at the very top. And they're not going to be the ones leaking things. And so I am just at a point where, truthfully, I don't know if I can get behind that notion 100% Supremacy, where it's like, you know what? No Sony studio should be making a live service game. It should only come from either external studios, partner studios, or if they buy a publisher or if they buy a new studio. The only reason I say this is because, again, I kind of look to something like Ghost of Tsushima Legends, and you realize that, dude, Sucker Punch has a talent here. They obviously know how to make great single-player games, and we never want to see them stop that. Obviously, that can never stop. But they need to make a multiplayer game. They have too much talent there. They know what they're doing, and they have a winning formula. Now, I don't know that I'm in agreement that it needs to be a full-blown live service game. That might be a bit too much, but they have to continue doing some kind of multiplayer because they have that talent. And that's why I wanted to see Naughty Dog's Last of Us multiplayer game, because I believe the same thing. And what I'm beginning to think here, guys, is that the problem is games as a service itself, not multiplayer. Not the fact that Naughty Dog was making a Last of Us multiplayer game, not the fact that Sucker Punch is making a multiplayer game, and I think even Insomniac is. I think I speak for a lot of PlayStation fans when I say we want some more multiplayer experiences because we've gotten them in the past, and Sony has proven, and their studios have proven, they know how to make good multiplayer experiences. But when you inject the game as a service notion into it, where it's like, well, this can't just be a multiplayer experience. This has to be something that lives for 7, 8, 9, 10 years and has to constantly be supported. I understand why Jim would think that that's what has to happen. And maybe to a small extent, it should happen, right? With games like what Haven's doing with Fair Games and maybe Firewalk with Concord. These are new studios and this is what they decided they wanted to make. Maybe that's fine. But I just don't know that it's like, let's make this Last of Us multiplayer game and make it a forever game. Maybe that's not what it was ever supposed to be or intended to be, and maybe that's what Bungie saw. Bungie evaluated it, and they saw this is not a forever game. Like, this is a good game, and you got a lot of good things going on here, but this is not a service game. This is not how you handle a service game. And then Bungie reports that to Connie Booth. Connie Booth has to report that to Jim, and then Jim basically is like, so you're telling me they're not making live service games. Like, they're struggling, right? And really quick here, big shout out to Zombie Dragon for keeping the membership train going today. Zombie Dragon drops a membership. Really appreciate that support, bud. Thank you for keeping it going. Let's get some W's in the chat for Zombie Dragon.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And I just think that one of the problems here is not so much Sony wanting to diversify their games and have a couple multiplayer experiences, but the problem really does seem like they're chasing a cash cow. And I don't even know it from a business perspective that I can blame them for that, because it's like, Well, of course you want your cash cow. You want that revenue stream. You want that safety net. I get it. There are other publishers that have achieved this. Fortnite, Call of Duty, Apex Legends, GTA Online. And Sony sees how much money that these games are making and how much player retention they have. And I guess what I'm saying is I can't blame Jim Ryan's vision, because it's not, like, fundamentally speaking, he's not wrong. But I think where things may have gotten truly screwed up is kind of what you're talking about here, Supremacy. It's where the vision itself is fine, but the way you're going to execute that vision is not. And I think that's where we're running into these issues now, or where Sony's running into these issues, where one of the things that David Jaffe said here that I really kind of honed in on is he said the cancellation of The Last of Us multiplayer, or what happened with The Last of Us multiplayer recently, was like the last straw, so to speak, when it comes to PlayStation Studios, and a lot of other developers underneath other PlayStation Studios were pissed off and annoyed. And there's listen, there's no way around it. And I know that right now there are a lot of people who are desperately wanting to tear Sony down as much as they can, and PlayStation fans. And they're just trolls. They don't really care about this conversation other than, just to cheer on Sony's demise. But the truth of the matter is Sony is running into some internal problems. And the fact that we are seeing high-level executives that run PlayStation leaving is proof that they are trying to nip it in the bud and course correct as quickly as possible. The one thing David Jaffe also mentions, which is something that we talked about frequently, is he is not sure if this is a sign, and he was not told this, that many of PlayStation Studios are having problems, or if it's just a select few and others are doing perfectly fine. That remains to be seen. That question is going to be answered in 2024, or maybe we'll get lucky and get some kind of report before then. But if I had to assume, it's certainly not all of PlayStation Studios. Like, I don't think Team Asobi and Santa Monica Studio and Sony Bend, I don't think they're out here having some serious problems where it's like, Sony's not giving us what we need, or we're running into severe development problems, because these are not studios that are making live service games. Right? Maybe a studio like Naughty Dog was actually mismanaged in this case, because they were making a live service game. Maybe Sucker Punch is one of the studios, and I'm just speculating, but maybe Sucker Punch is one of the studios feeling kind of frustrated a little bit, where it's like, well, we're making a multiplayer Ghost of Tsushima game too on top of the sequel or alongside it, and what if we get the axe, right? What if Bungie doesn't like what we're doing? And there's just too many question marks here. Like, for example, apparently the buck stops in this case with Connie Booth, and Connie Booth was fired. But what did Connie Booth do? What decision did she make or not make? Is she the one who tasked Bungie with evaluating Naughty Dog's game and basically gave Bungie a ton of power? Was that Jim Ryan? There's some weird things going on here, but something I do want to follow up with, just so we can validate some of what David Jaffe said here. So David Jaffe reported on this, I believe, 1 or 2 days ago. I think he reported on this on October 26th, if I'm not mistaken. And on October 27th, I have a write-up here from PlayStation Lifestyle. Sony Interactive Entertainment has issued an official statement confirming that its veteran PlayStation executive Connie Booth has left after 25 plus years. I actually think she's been there for about 34 years. An accomplished leader, Booth joined PlayStation in 1997 and oversaw the production of some of the platform's most popular franchises, from Siphon Filter to The Last of Us. News of Booth's departure has been making rounds since last weekend when former God of War developer David Jaffe claimed that she exited PlayStation unceremoniously. According to him, she was fired. He further claimed that Booth would be replaced by Guerrilla Games executive Angie Smets. Jaffe's comments were taken with a huge grain of salt considering his history, but they certainly raised eyebrows. Followers flocked to the Twitter account of journalist Jason Schreier, who responded to a now deleted tweet asking if Booth had left/was fired with a simple yes. Further probing to clarify if she was fired or not yielded no response. So I have to imagine Jason Schreier's probably working on something right now. Now PlayStation has confirmed to Axios that Booth is indeed gone, but understandably didn't say why. And Booth has also not commented on her departure. Thanking her for her lengthy service, a spokesperson from Sony told the publication that Booth had, quote, helped drive the success PlayStation Studios is experiencing today, and her passion in fostering an environment where a team's creative vision could fully flourish has left a positive impact on many game developers, end quote. So it is worth noting that Sony had some pretty positive things to say there about a person that apparently they just fired. And you know what? Let me tell you this too. You know what I think might be happening here? And I don't know that this makes me feel too good. I'm not trying to be doom and gloom for the sake of it, and it might not be doom and gloom. But the more I think about it, the more I begin to think that somebody is like, my question is this. If Jim Ryan announced his retirement like a couple weeks ago, and then not too long after we hear this is what happens to Connie Booth, she apparently gets fired, right? Or just leaves abruptly. My question is, who made that decision? Like, does Jim Ryan still have the power to do things like that, even though he's about to leave? I mean, if it wasn't Jim Ryan, then who was it? That would mean it was somebody above Jim Ryan to do it. Or maybe it was Herman Hulst. Is Herman Hulst above Connie Booth? I mean, this is the reason why this is such an important question. You're saying maybe it was Hiroki Totoki. It was the board itself. I guess maybe you're right about that. I guess maybe this isn't one of those things where just a single individual would make that. Well, let me just say this. The reason why I think it's important to know where this is coming from is because it would give us further insight, at least a little bit, into what Sony is looking to achieve, because that's the thing here. On one hand, I think some PlayStation fans are actually happy about this. Potentially, they're happy about Jim Ryan going. I'm not necessarily saying they're happy about Connie Booth being fired, but maybe they're like, okay, we're going to get somebody new in there, Angie Smets. Maybe Angie Smets is going to turn this around and realize that, the future isn't live service for PlayStation. That's not what you guys should be focusing on. But on the other hand, it could be the exact opposite. This is the thing that I can't help but focus on. I could understand Jim Ryan maybe exiting and maybe he's just done. What I can't quite understand is that Connie Booth, again, according to David Jaffe, was fired. Connie Booth is responsible for all of the games. To a degree, the production of these games that we love, that we've gotten over the years from PlayStation, all those single player games. Why would they fire that person? Why would they fire the person who knows what they're doing with single player games? And I think the answer to that question, again, this is an assumption, but I think this could be the answer, is that, we didn't fire her because of that. We fired her because she doesn't know what she's doing with live service games. Yeah, and that could be the unfortunate reality that we're witnessing here, is that Sony is like, we need to get people who know how to do live service in charge. But what doesn't really make much sense to me I don't say it doesn't make sense, but I'm not so sure that I can really believe that entirely, because look at who's apparently replacing her. Angie Smets comes from Guerrilla Games. Guerrilla is not known for live service. Guerrilla is known for single player. I mean, they've done multiplayer with Killzone, of course, but not live service. And now they're known for Horizon, which is the opposite of live service. So if she's going to be taking that role, why would Sony... Like, I guess this is what I'm trying to say. If Sony's whole thing is we need somebody who knows how to produce live service competently, right? Why would they turn to somebody like Angie Smets and say, and you're the one for the job? Even though she seemingly has no experience with live service, but she has a lot of experience with single player. You know, it's just one of these. This is why I hope a second source comes out and confirms whether or not Connie Booth was actually fired. Because if she was fired, it means that she fucked up. As simple as that. That's what it means. It means that she did something and it went so badly that they were like, look, we know you've done a lot of great things for us and you've been here a long time, but we gotta axe this now, and we're gonna bring in new blood, you know. And if she wasn't fired, then it would explain why Angie Smets was next in line. So I guess what this all comes down to is whether or not Sony is doubling down on the live service future or not. This is what we need an answer to. We do, because Jim was at the top. Jim said live service for PlayStation is the future. Jim's gone. Now we hear the Last of Us multiplayer game is on ice / canceled because of Bungie. Now we hear that Connie Booth was fired, and she is at the very least officially gone. Now we hear that, you know, well, to be honest, I don't know what we hear now. I don't know what we're hearing now, because it's like, we got Spider-Man, we're getting Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, we know Wolverine's coming, but outside of that, it's just like there's no... I don't know. There's just no clear answer here. I don't know, man. I really don't know what to make of this. And what I do know is it makes me a little bit uneasy, because I want to be like optimistic. I do. Like, I want to be optimistic and believe that, hey, Sony's turning it around, right? Like, Sony almost went in a bad direction. They almost ruined it by going all in with live service, but they realized that it wasn't working, and now they're cleaning house, and they're going to bring on a new CEO, they're going to get a new head of production, and they're going to reevaluate. And maybe, just maybe, here's another angle, I want to mention this as well, this could be a sign that Sony is giving up on their own internal push for live service and is now going to start pursuing merger and acquisition. That could be what this is. They bought Bungie. Bungie was supposed to usher in this age of live service with PlayStation Studios. That seemingly is falling apart in real time. And Microsoft just closed the Activision Blizzard deal and is making it. And it's important to note, Microsoft made it clear they're not done. They're going to keep buying. So I'm beginning to think that this whole clean out that's happening right now is because they are about to make a big pivot into, okay, some of our games we're going to see through and we're going to release them, but we know we're probably not going to be able to bank on them. We're going to have to task our own internal studios with going back to what they do best, make single player games, and we're going to have to go buy. I'm beginning to think that this is the direction Sony is headed in, because let's keep in mind that, and I think this is something that Supremacy also kind of points to with his super chat. Let's keep in mind that Jim Ryan was seemingly against trying to buy publishers and making a big play like that during a time when their competition was. And he was leading the ship, and, you know, he was also trying to stop what was happening with ABK from happening. Now that it's all said and done, the ABK deal happened. Jim's retiring. And now Sony's games as a service pivot is seemingly hitting a major roadblock. So, I don't know, man. You're saying if that's the case, they just burned a couple of years of development. Well, again, that's where we have to... There's no denying that resources, time, effort, all of that. If these games, some of these games do end up getting canceled, like at least with The Last of Us multiplayer, that's one major Sony studio that was knocked out of play for the past 2 years because of this multiplayer game. That is now apparently not going to see the light of day. But we have no idea, like, okay, that's not, like, that is bad. Yes, that's very bad because it's Naughty Dog. At least now they've moved on. They're working on a single player game, so that's good news. Well, what about Guerrilla? You know, like, what about Santa Monica Studio? What about Sucker Punch? I mean, are we going to find out that Sucker Punch wasn't actually working on a Ghost of Tsushima sequel with a story? They were just working on a multiplayer game. And oh, yeah, I'm sorry, Domingo. You're saying that's what Shinobi602 posted on his tweet. You know what? Let me go check that out. Yeah, I said I would do that. Guys, if you have a super chat that I haven't read yet, hang in there. Be patient. Oh, yeah. This is a new write-up from Axios where I told you guys, I told you this was going to happen. I'm not even a little bit surprised. So I have an article here from Axios written up by Stephen Totillo. Report: game industry investment deals to increase in 2024. Mergers and acquisitions in the games industry are picking up after an extended quiet period, according to a new third quarter report from Drake Star Partners. Why it matters. God damn it, pop up. Why it matters. Consolidation will make gaming's giants even bigger, but it also brings the risk of further job cuts in an industry racked by layoffs this year. Details: Drake Star tracked 33 M&A deals worth around $5 billion between July and September. By the sheer number of deals, that was a 2-year low, but the deal value exceeded 3 of the last 5 quarters, when all the deals tallied in each period totaled less than $1 billion. M&A for 2023's third quarter included mobile gaming firm Playtika's purchase of Yuta Games and In-Play Labs for around $450 million. I'm trying to get to the more important part that's relevant to us. Here we go. What they're saying. Based on our discussions with many of the top gaming companies in the last weeks, we expect the deal volume to increase steadily over the next year. They anticipate Tencent, Sony, Take-Two, and Savvy/Scopely will be the most active buyers in 2024, while the Embracer Group is expected to divest more studios. Public companies including Nintendo, EA, Nexon are sitting on $45 billion in cash and cash equivalents, setting up the potential for more M&A, according to venture capital firm Convoy Ventures. So basically what's being said here is that Sony, it's being reported that Sony is going to be one of the most active players when it comes to merger and acquisition going into 2024. And the timing of this report is just, is it all just a coincidence? Is it all just a coincidence that we're seeing all of these things and hearing about all of these things that are happening with Sony? And now we're getting like reports from these firms saying that, that I'm telling you, I called it. I'm not going to call it yet. We still have time, but I told you guys so many times that what Microsoft was doing with Activision Blizzard is the be all end all, because if it gets blocked, then it's going to de-escalate and it'll probably flatline, at least for a long time. If it goes through, then it's hunting season. It's open season, right? Like everybody's going to look at each other and say, this is a fucking free for all now. And we got to put the pedal to the metal. Like that's what's going to happen. And I'm telling you, it is, to me, it's becoming crystal clear that this is what Sony's going to do. And now we have a report from Drake Star Partners, apparently, which is, I guess, pretty relevant in this area anyway, saying that, yeah, they're gonna, you're saying the problem is they can get outbid. Well, it's important to keep in mind, and I know this may sound counterintuitive, but we always have to understand that there are human beings behind these companies that own these companies. It's not always just about the money. There is something to be said for the fact that a lot of companies might not want to sell. And if they're going to sell, they're actually going to, you'd be surprised. Like, some companies really actually do care about who they're going to be sold to and who's going to be, taking them on. But at the same time, yeah, that's true as well. They all do. I mean, the investors behind them maybe don't care as much, but look, I'm just saying PlayStation has things it can leverage. And I don't want to sit here and say that if they wanted to go get a publisher, it's guaranteed that they could. I don't think there's anything that's guaranteed, but I just think that they have certain amount of leverage that they can use to try to get certain things through. Yeah, that's a great example. You're right. Housemarque was being eyed up by multiple companies, but they made the decision to go with PlayStation. Housemarque could have, Sony could have easily been outbid for Housemarque, but Sony was able to, they were able to apparently offer more than just a large sum of money. And I think that matters to a degree. Even when you look at Bethesda, right? Like, one of the reasons why Bethesda sold, or ZeniMax sold, is they talked about how they've had a long-standing partnership with Xbox. And that made an impact on their decision. So I just think it's a little bit disingenuous to assume that Sony's time in the gaming industry and their partnerships and these things that they have that they can leverage that have, do serve a purpose. I think it's disingenuous to just assume that, well, none of that matters. I don't think so. But it's true. They can be outbid. Absolutely. That's also very true. You're saying it's what they can offer in terms of security. You can't get more secure than Sony. Yeah, that is true as well. Yeah, that is true as well. A lot of these companies, before they sell, they are thinking about the future and who they're handing it off to. And PlayStation certainly has that, like you said, they had that sense of security where PlayStation's not going anywhere, ever. And Microsoft has that now to a degree anyway, or as well. Let me see. I got some super chats here from, let's see, Shelly. Member for 5 months says The Last of Us and Horizon multiplayer have been in development from 2017 via jobs and tweets, and Haven/Firesprite /Firewalk/Bungie multiplayers games have been in development before they were acquired. What devs are being forced? Sucker Punch? I don't think Sucker Punch is being forced, no. And I don't think Sony... You know what I think it is, man? I think it's that... I think the developers underneath Sony that were not acquired, that were working on live service games, I think that they were sold on it. Like, for example, The Last of Us Part 2 was supposed to have a multiplayer, but clearly somewhere along the way, there were conversations when Jim Ryan took over that, what do you guys think about maybe making a live service game, like a full-blown standalone game? And that was obviously not in Naughty Dog's plans, but Naughty Dog probably was like, well, that maybe we can do that. Let's get more ambitious. Let's do it. And they spent years developing it. For what? For Bungie to apparently come in and say, nah. And that's it? Right? Like, that's it. It's just like, well, we've been working on this since, 2017, 2018. And now it's just done. It's canceled, basically, or on ice. And you could probably see why other internal Sony studios are looking at that like, what the fuck? Listen, I told you guys this as well. One of the reasons why I was against Sony's acquisition of Bungie is because of the way Jim Ryan and Herman Hulst treated Bungie. Dude, there was just something off about this where they're just like, yeah, Bungie, we love these guys. They're the best. And you know what? They can do whatever they want. Total freedom, total autonomy. Yep, that's right. Meanwhile, every other PlayStation studio is probably looking at that being like, do we get total autonomy? Like, can we do whatever we want? No, you cannot. But Bungie can. I'm positive that creates internal strife. Because think about if you're working at a PlayStation studio where there are all these rules and guidelines you have to follow, and maybe you don't mind because that is part of being a PlayStation studio, and then you find out they just bought Bungie, who's now a PlayStation studio, and they can do whatever they want. And then one of the things they do is they overrule Naughty Dog and say, nope, this isn't good enough. I'm telling you, this is very likely what happened. This is very likely part of the reason why Jim decided maybe it's time to retire. This is part of the reason very likely why Connie Booth was fired. And my question, there's been no reports on Bungie recently. Like, I find it peculiar that everything we're hearing from David Jaffe and now other report, I think Tom Henderson said he was looking into it, or I'm sure Jason Schreier's looking into it, and we might start to hear where there's smoke, there's fire, and if there's a fire here, we're going to hear about it. I find it kind of peculiar that we're not hearing much about Bungie at all. But I'm almost positive that Bungie has a big role to play in all of this. I do. I really think that. And if not, then they don't. That would be kind of surprising to me. But we do know that Bungie is linked directly to Naughty Dog and The Last of Us multiplayer game. And now we're hearing from David Jaffe that apparently that was the last straw and it pissed off a bunch of PlayStation Studios devs. Come on, guys. Like, let's just cut through the shit here. Let's do 2 + 2 = 4 here. Logic. It's pretty obvious that Bungie was given too much fucking power. Like, that is crystal clear by this point, in my opinion, where it's like they came in, they were given all this power because Jim said, we need games as a service. We're tasking our studios with making games as a service, and we're going to use you to evaluate them. Bungie goes in and they basically, let's face it, guys, like, they basically shit on Naughty Dog, man. And I'm not saying that like they berated them or some shit or talked bad about their game. I'm just saying like they put Naughty Dog in a place where it's like, no, like this isn't good. This isn't good enough to be a live service game. And so the question at that point needs to be asked, who is responsible for this? For all of it? Who's responsible for buying Bungie, giving Bungie this power, tasking Naughty Dog with making live service, and having it all end this way? Who is responsible? Well, I'll tell you what, two of the main people responsible for it are now gone. So this is why I'm saying when you just read between the lines, it seems pretty clear that the shit is hitting the fan. And I'm not saying that as in PlayStation's done, it's over. You're going to see a lot of people act like that. And they need to calm down, because this doesn't mean that Santa Monica Studios' new single-player IP was canceled. This doesn't mean Ghost of Tsushima 2 is canceled. This doesn't mean, Sony Ben's new IP is canceled. This doesn't mean we're not getting games or that there aren't games deep in development, Blue Point's title. It just means that PlayStation Studios, at least some of them, have hit some roadblocks. And these roadblocks they stem from poor decision making, which let's be honest right now. all the PlayStation fans in this chat right now, or who are watching this, how many of you, when you first heard about 2 years ago, when Jim Ryan first came out and he said, yep, we're going all in with live service, we believe live service is the future, how many of you cringed and just immediately thought, well, that sounds like a horrible idea? How many? I can tell you, because I was here as well, a fuck ton of people. A lot of people. Like, to the point where I was trying real hard to be like, well, maybe it won't be that bad, guys. Like, maybe there could be some hope, you know? And I still feel that way. But it was just like, to everybody watching, it just felt like, Jim, that's a bad idea. You know what I mean? It's just like, at some point, it's just got to be made clear to the person up top that this is a bad idea. And I don't know if anybody opposed Jim. This is where I question Herman Holst. I do, because I've kind of been thinking for a little while, is Herman Holst just a yes man? Like, does Herman Holst actually know what he's doing in this position, or is he just saying, yeah. I imagine it's not that simple, but I'm just wondering, like, did anybody there at Sony, like higher up when it comes to studio management, stop and say to Jim, this is a horrible idea. Like, this is not going to work the way you think it is. Like, this is not what these studios want to do. This is not what they have expertise in. Did anybody stop and say that? Or did it not matter? These are just great questions I think we should be asking that I don't know that we're going to get answers to, but I'll tell you right now, everything we're talking about in this stream today is incredibly relevant to the future of PlayStation Studios and the PlayStation brand and PlayStation games we get. Everything we're talking about today is extremely relevant to that. And I just wish that I had more answers. I still have more questions than answers, but it just seems like as the weeks go by and the months go by, it seems like we're starting to get some answers. You're saying what you're arguing logically doesn't make sense, though. I mean, Shelly, could you explain to me? You're saying what studios are making live service games that could logically be mad at the pivot? All their live service games were acquired within the past year and were already in development. Name them. Well, here's the thing that we probably should try to understand is that I don't think it comes down to, like, when we hear David Jaffe say, like, oh, PlayStation Studios are kind of frustrated and mad, I don't think it's like, oh, they're like, we were forced to make live service games and now we're mad. I think it's more along, I'm telling you, it's more along the lines of there's a power struggle here. I'm shocked we haven't heard more from Naughty Dog. Evan Wells left, guys. Like, I don't know if people forgot that. Like, the president of Naughty Dog recently left and retired as well. And it could very well just be that what David Jaffe is referring to, not every developer at PlayStation Studios is mad. I'm sure there are a ton of extremely happy developers at PlayStation Studios. In fact, I know there is. So keep in mind, when we have this conversation, don't look at it as, well, every developer is pissed off. I'm just saying that it's not unthinkable, and it actually makes a lot of sense, that when you see what happened to Naughty Dog in their multiplayer game, that some developers are like, what the fuck? Like, why? Like, why was this canceled? Like, we thought our games were safe. You know? Like, Naughty Dog they're the crown jewel of Sony here. So you have to understand that when you see a Naughty Dog game get canceled, you're probably going to take a step back and be like, holy shit, no one's safe. Do you get what I'm saying? It creates fear in a way among other studios, among other developers, where it's just like one day you're chipping away at your live service game, or maybe you're not making it even a live service game. You're just working on your games, and then before you know it, did you guys hear what happened? They just can't, like, the higher ups just canceled Naughty Dog's multiplayer game. Like, what? And then, Oh, who was responsible? Like, oh, it was after Bungie's evaluation. It's just like, I can understand. I guess what I'm trying to say is I can understand why that would make certain people within PlayStation be like, what is going on here? Like, Naughty Dog isn't even safe. Like if Naughty Dog's not safe, something's wrong. Period. I don't care what anybody says. If Naughty Dog, Sony's crown jewel, isn't safe, then something's wrong. Now there could be some major confusion with all of this. We could get a report tomorrow from somebody. We could get confirmation tomorrow from Neil Druckmann himself saying, we decided to cancel The Last of Us multiplayer game because we're just not happy with it. And we didn't want to put out what we consider a bad product. Now, that would change everything. Because that would be direct clarification that, oh, they just didn't like what they made. And they didn't want to put out a bad product. But we don't have that confirmation. And that's not what we're hearing. So we need clarity here. We do. The only thing Naughty Dog has produced this generation so far is a remake of The Last of Us. And now we're hearing the next thing from Naughty Dog is going to be a Last of Us Part 2 remastered. And it's just like, what? They are cooking? I mean, sure, they are. They are. You're saying I should just take it with a grain of salt? Well, I mean, I'm taking everything with a grain of salt at this point. I'm even taking what Sony is saying with a grain of salt, because here's one thing that I am not going to take. I said I'm taking everything with a grain of salt. Here's one thing that I'm fairly certain of. Right now, Sony is trying to figure out what they want to do and how they want to do it. That I'm pretty certain of. I'm not saying that means they're questioning like whether or not they're going to make single player games. I'm telling you right now, anybody who thinks Sony's not making single player games anymore needs to just exit the chat, because that's not a thing. No matter how doom and gloom it might seem, Sony's not going to stop making single player games. Like, I just think people need to understand that this makes them money and it sells their consoles. They're not going to stop making single player games. But that doesn't mean that they're also not going to aggressively continue to pursue live service games. And that is the question that we need answered. That's the only question we need answered. And I don't know when we're going to get those questions answered. That to me is the real problem here. We're just seeing these things kind of happen, and we're hearing about them happening behind the scenes, but there's no clear answer. Is Jim Ryan's vision dead? Are they finding somebody else to execute Jim Ryan's vision more effectively? Did they decide, never mind about live service, cut our losses, we're going to pursue merger and acquisition now? Are they going to do all of the above? One thing I will say, though, and I don't say this lightly because it would be great if this could happen, but I will say this. One thing I do not see Sony doing is coming out next year and saying, we've canceled all of our live service games, we've sold off or shut down these live service studios or tasked them with making single player games now, and we're just going to do single player, and we're going to do it more frequently. So for the people who, get frustrated at, I don't want to see them do live service and multiplayer, I think it's because they have a desire. They want to see Sony, instead of investing the time, money, and resources into live service, they just want to see them invest all of that into more single player. I would love to see that as well, but that is one thing I do not see them doing, for better or for worse. All right, let's see. Again, for all of you guys who super chat, apologies for keeping you waiting. Thank you for being patient. I have Supremacy 101 with another $10 chat, and he says, they have talent, but forcing the issue isn't helpful. Besides, Sony had the studios and shuttered most of them now. Now they're playing catch up. That way, the way they're going isn't going to cut it, unfortunately. Well, I will admit that the way Sony is doing it would require a certain amount of luck. Regardless of how talented PlayStation Studios is and how competently some of them can actually make live service games, or even the newer studios that they purchased, the reality is I don't care what anybody says, live service games need a little bit of luck on their side. They do. And I think even the developers who make these games and the successful ones, they'll tell you, yeah, you do need a little bit of luck. You do. Because we've seen many times like good, competent games come out that have tried to be live service, but it's just like it didn't catch on. And it's not because it was a bad game. It's just the timing, or, maybe it was competing with something else and the other thing just was more appealing. That's why I think about like this game, for example, this game Concord, right? Let's not do Concord. This game Fair Games by Haven Studios. What in that trailer, this studio from Jade Raymond, go watch that Fair Games trailer. What about that game seems like it's going to stand out above the rest in a sea of live service games? I just don't get it. Like, there's literally nothing in that trailer that makes it seem like it's going to stand out at all. And I'm not saying that to shit on it. I'm just saying that right there is just the reality of live service games, in that's what you have to compete against. You have to compete against so many other devs, so many other publishers, all chasing the same thing. And you need that luck on your side. To whereas I would argue that when you are making single player games, it's actually, I think, easier, especially in the AAA space, to make your game stand out in a couple of different ways. And the reason why I think that is because, well, I mean, let's face it, the AAA game space, like, let's take a look at Alan Wake, right? The reason why I think Alan Wake 2, yes, it is a sequel, but the reason why I think it kind of stands out right now is because who else is making a game like that right now with this level of polish and this like budget, this level of production? Who else is like this type of horror game experience? Who? I can't think of any. And if there is another one, it's probably like one other developer. Like the closest thing I could probably think is Resident Evil 4 Remake. But even then, that's a remake. Yeah, Capcom. And that's about it. And that's why I'm saying, like, it doesn't really need luck. It just needs skill. It just needs passion. And when you look at a game like Alan Wake 2, it bleeds that. It screams passion, skill, experts at their craft, storytellers, and therefore, in my opinion, it stands out. And it would be a tragedy if the game didn't sell well. And, they're not coming out here shoving shit in your face, being like, doesn't our game look so cool and fun? Huh? Doesn't it look like a game you're going to want to just spend hours and hours and hours and weeks and months playing? It's like, no. That's so hard, man, because that's the difference between a game like Alan Wake 2 and a game like Fair Games, or a game even like Spider-Man 2 and a game like Fair Games or Concord, is these games are asking you for so much of your time. That's what you're signing up for with a live service game. And believe me when I tell you, man, like right now, I'm seeing people praising Spider-Man 2 because it's respecting their time. Where they're like, man, it's actually really great to have a single player story and even a game I could platinum within 25 to 35 hours. And that's it. It's not asking me to, come back every single day and keep playing for hours and hours and hours and chase the carrot on a hook. That's why it's so difficult for most live service games to succeed, because it's asking so much of the player. And that's why you can also kind of, again, when you kind of think about Naughty Dog's multiplayer game, the reason that was given is player retention. And that's not surprising at all. Yeah, I would not expect that Naughty Dog are the experts of how do we keep people playing our game for 1,000 hours. Naughty Dog are the experts of how do we make sure that if people play our game for 20 to 30 hours, every hour is just packed with detail and quality and just is, it's just filled up. It's overflowing. How do we do that? That's what Naughty Dog does. And that's why I just don't see how they're expected to just be able to be like, well, now we have to keep people playing our game for months and years. It's a whole different thing, man. All right, let's see. So Supremacy, I appreciate the super chats, man. And Domingo, you were saying that's what Shinobi tweeted about. Domingo 813 also says Pandora's box is open. I agree wholeheartedly with that. I think that, like I said, once the Activision Blizzard deal went through and everybody cheered it on, which is fine, but everybody's cheering it on. It's such a good thing. It's like, okay, well, you're gonna have to keep that energy because that's exactly what's gonna happen now across the board, not just with Sony, but in general. Microsoft was the first to really kick this off, and now the ball is in motion. So, or the ball is in play. Doolin Jones, thank you so much for the super chat, buddy. You're saying Connie and Jim served over 30 years at PlayStation and done amazing work. Now it's time for new, fresh blood to come in and set in for Sony. If you have read an article, Eric spoke about PlayStation sales. Eric Lempel will be a front runner to replace Jim, in my opinion. Yeah. So we're gonna go over that too. Eric Lempel did recently give an interview, and he said some interesting things. It was behind a paywalled website, but it's being reported on by other outlets. I did want to talk about that. That's the one thing here. I know I'm being very like doom and gloom, but the reality is like a part of me is kind of excited to see where this leads, because this is a shakeup, no doubt. Like, this is a pretty significant shakeup. And I think what people are running into right now is, again, there is a group of trolls that they want to just convince you that the shit's hitting the fan, it's over, it's a sinking ship. And it's like, okay, guys, like, I was actually part of that before. Like, I was supporting Microsoft when they were actually like nearly completely sunk. And I know what that looks like. Okay. And I know like what this is not that. And I know that there are people who desperately want it to be, and it could turn into that. Sony would have to make some of the biggest fucking mistakes that a company could ever make to get it to that point over the next like 3 or 4 years. But we're not anywhere near that. Okay. I would actually argue at this point that, and this is where people's logic doesn't really make any sense. Everybody who trolls Sony and Sony fans and basically wants to tell you they're done for or they're garbage, who were they blaming this entire time? More than anybody. More than anything. Who? Jim Ryan. Jim Ryan is the person that they destroyed this guy over the past 3 or 4 years. And you would think that when it's announced he's leaving and he's going and he's done with Sony, you would think that people would be a little bit more like, oh, well, okay, maybe there's a chance things could get better now. But instead, people are doing the opposite. And it just goes to show, man, that like it was never about wanting to see Sony improve or do better for some of these trolls out there. It never was about that. But from what I can tell, like, this is a big opportunity. If Jim really was that bad, then now we have an opportunity for somebody to come in who's better and do a better job and make better decisions and be more aligned with, what it is people want to see and hope to see. Of course, we could get somebody worse. I think the worst case scenario is we're sitting here being like, man, I wish Jim Ryan would come back. That'd be pretty bad. But yeah, somebody like Connie Booth leaving, Angie Smets. it'll be fascinating to see how how these new leaders for PlayStation, the people who are playing vital leadership roles. It'll be interesting to see how they handle this. I mean, I know there's so many people out there where they want to say it's doom and gloom. It's all doom. Like Sony's done, man. But what did they say when Pete Hines recently left Bethesda? Oh, no, he's just tired, man. He just wants to retire. Oh, okay. Sure. I guess it's just a coincidence that not too long after Pete Hines announces his retirement and leaves, we find out that Microsoft is also restructuring and they're going to have more control over Bethesda, where they now want Bethesda to report directly to them. Yeah, I'm sure he just left because he was done. But no, we can't say that because it's just Sony, right? Only Sony is the one that's having problems, and that's fine. It's just the way it is right now. I think people are absolutely ridiculous with their picking and the way they want to pick and choose things. But the reality here for Sony right now is some things are up in the air. Some things are up in the air. You're saying you saw a lot of people talking about Pete Hines not liking Xbox, like we saw in the emails. People are ridiculous if they think Pete Hines didn't leave because he has a fucking problem with Phil Spencer and Microsoft. That's the funniest shit. Dude, dance me a number in the chat. Pete Hines left Bethesda? Yeah, man. He did. Saying Jeff mentioned that other Sony employees left with Connie. Yeah, and it could be a similar situation. Look, that's why I'm saying I think it's important to understand something here. That with mass consolidation comes major change. Like more change more rapidly than most of these executives, even people who've been in the industry for 20, 25, 30 plus years. A lot of these executives, this isn't what they know. Pete Hines, Connie Booth, Jim Ryan. I mean, it's not a coincidence that so many, and even Bobby Kotick, right? Like, it's not a coincidence that they're beginning to leave because this is not the game that they play. It's not the game that they know. And that's true as well. Mass consolidation leads to overlapping roles. Very good point as well. It's just, you're right, actually. That's probably more likely than anything else. Dude, you know what? I want to talk about this for a moment before I read the rest of these super chats, just before I forget. I saw yesterday that Microsoft basically restructured the Xbox leadership hierarchy. I think, correct me if I'm wrong in this, but I think Sarah Bond was promoted to president of Xbox. So she's basically in Phil Spencer's role, his previous role. Like she's just like the head of Xbox. Phil Spencer's the head of gaming at Microsoft, and below him is Sarah Bond. She's the head of Xbox, and then below her is Matt Booty. Like Matt Booty got a promotion. We're now, and I need confirmation on this. Is Matt Booty now in charge of everything? Like all the studios? He's in charge of Xbox Studios, Bethesda Studios, and now Activision Blizzard Studios? Dark Horse says yes. I want to know. You're saying Matt Booty's now in charge of Bethesda. Just Bethesda? Okay. So hold on then. Who's going to be in charge of Activision Blizzard? Let me see real quick. Matt Booty will now lead an expanded organization inside Microsoft Gaming that includes ZeniMax and Bethesda. ZeniMax will continue to operate as a limited integration entity led by Jamie Leader. They all report to Phil Spencer. Dude, I'm telling you, that right there is why Pete left. That right there is why Pete Hines left. ZeniMax will continue to operate as a limited integration entity led by Jamie Leader, President and CEO, reporting to Matt, explains Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer. Booty's expanded role should help Microsoft Gaming avoid scenarios like Redfall in the future. Well, hopefully. Microsoft clearly focusing on better collaboration. Okay. I mean, maybe it'll be a good thing. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but I'm pretty sure that's why Pete left. I think he's like, fuck this. I hate these guys. You know what? I guess they didn't announce anything for... Yeah, I guess they didn't announce anything yet for... Okay, yeah. I forgot. Bobby Kotick's still there. He's part of the leadership here. Bobby Kotick, Chief Executive Officer, Activision Blizzard. I'm telling you right now, I am so fucking curious to see who Microsoft's going to get to replace Bobby Kotick because, man, I feel sorry for that person. Good fucking luck, man. Good luck. Bobby's not, dude, look, Bobby may be a bad person, seemingly, like person of bad character, but I've always said, you don't have to be a good person to be good at what you do and good at your job, and Bobby knew what he was doing. Bobby is the one responsible for the well-oiled machine that Activision Blizzard is in terms of profitability. Yeah, from the business side of it, you can't argue with his results. And the reality is whoever takes his fills his shoes, they are going to be expected to produce the same results. And I good luck. But I feel that, honestly, I feel the same way with whoever's going to take the PlayStation CEO position, where it's like, good luck, man. Good fucking luck. You have some big ass shoes to fill and high expectations. Dude, yeah, you're saying you hope it's Matt Booty. Oh my God. That's why I was about to go off, dude. I was about to go off and say, dude, if they made Matt Booty in charge of Activision Blizzard, I would be convinced that it's over. It's over, bro. Like, he is not the one to take on that task. He is not up to the task. No way. No fucking way. But Bethesda, yeah, maybe that makes more sense for him. Maybe that makes more... Dude, they're going to get Jim Ryan. You watch, bro. They're going to get Jim Ryan to be the head of Activision Blizzard. Oh, man, that would be incredible. That would be insane. That would be insane. Jim Ryan in charge of ABK. Oh, what a plot twist. All right, let me... Still behind on these super chats here. Let's see. We got... Daniel Pedroza, member for 3 months. He says, I think all of this stuff started when the reaction to the last PlayStation Showcase was really bad. I don't remember a bad PlayStation Showcase ever. I think you might be right, Daniel. And it's good to bring that up because, guys, I know that there are PlayStation fans who still defend that showcase. And I'm not here to say that every single thing at that showcase was bad, because it wasn't. There were some highlights. But generally speaking, the showcase was bad. Like, for what a PlayStation Showcase should be and what we expect, especially after such a long period of time, dude, I was straight up offended that Sony was like, you guys ready? And I'm like, yeah, we're going to open with fair games. It's like, okay, what else you got? All right, you ready? I'm ready. Let's go, Sony. What you got? I know you got the good stuff. Oh, yeah, we got something good for you. How about Concord? And I'm just like, what? And then I'm like, all right, okay, this isn't going the way I thought it would. What's next, Sony? I know you got something for me. I know you got something. And they're like, oh, we got something for you. We saved the best for last. Here's Bungie's Marathon, also coming to Xbox. And I'm just like, what is happening? I mean, dude, it's so funny to reflect on it because it's just like, it really, again, I don't mean to rehash it, but it really was bad. And what did it in for me what really did me in was when Herman Hulst was like, "What a great showcase!" And I'm like, "Bro, what the fuck are you smoking, man?" No, that wasn't. Read the replies from everybody, Herman. Read the damn room. It was sad. I'll be real. It was sad to see. It was, and it still is sad to think about, because it's just like, dude, I understand that Xbox, fans and the brand, like, they have a lot going on, and they're very excited about a lot of things. And I understand that this is all happening while Sony is seemingly having some technical difficulties behind the scenes. But it's just like, I can't even blame people for being as hard on Sony as they were at that time, because it's just like, yeah, man, what are they doing? I mean, what are they actually doing here? This is insane. And that's why I've continued to say that 2024 is an unbelievably critical year for the future of PlayStation, because they have, I mean, the thing I'm afraid of is they're going to need more time than we realize. So what Sony could end up doing in 2024, and this may sound very disappointing to some people, but I'm just, be prepared. This would be the worst case scenario. Is it turns out that the internal shuffling that's happening with their CEO and their leadership roles, it's not going to be something they're going to be able to, do right away. And it might take all of 2024 to get that shit squared away. And what Sony could do throughout the majority of next year is rely on their partners, which is kind of what we saw this year, and maybe end with a big first-party game like this year, right? Like maybe next year it'll be Wolverine. But I just have a difficult time believing that. I mean, come on, Herman. You gotta come back out strong, dude. Herman, you gotta come out 2024 and redeem yourself with that showcase. And what I want to see Sony have a kick-ass showcase next year that's amazing, gets people super hyped, gives the fans what they wanted. And then I want to see Herman come out and tweet, "What a fantastic showcase." And then everybody can finally say, "Yes, Herman, you got it this time. Thank you." Herman got PTSD from that. Dude, we all did, bro. Where's Gaming Survivors? Gaming Survivor in here. Gaming Survivors keeps talking about how he has to book his therapy appointment in advance. His therapy session. We all got PTSD from that, bro. The man still hasn't tweeted. I don't blame him. Because what's he going to tweet about? What's he going to say? This is how I know they're not stupid over there, man. So the people at Sony, they know shit is in flux right now, and they got to get shit squared away. They do, because they're quiet. They're quiet. They're not really interacting that much, and it's because what are they going to say? They're just going to get Herman's just going to get bombarded. And I don't blame anybody necessarily, because they're going to be asking him questions. Herman, where are the games? Herman, what are the studios working on? Herman, what happened to The Last of Us multiplayer? Herman, why did you only answer Phil Spencer and no one else? These are all Gaming Survivor says he's got his session booked for 2024. Mario B with the super chat. He says, "Does this mean PlayStation loses its focus on single-player narrative games? It just won't be the same anymore. Devs have already gotten lazy as is." No, Mario B, that's the thing. The shareholder, I think people need to realize, even the shareholders wouldn't allow that to happen. Okay? And that's important to understand. Even if you get a moronic CEO next for Sony that doesn't know what he's doing or she's doing, and they seemingly hate single player games, they're Jim Ryan could have been that person. Just saying. Jim Ryan, he always kind of gave me the vibe that he's just like, yeah, you guys just make your games and we'll make the money off it. But I don't think he gave a shit about single player games. Truthfully. I mean, he's never shown me, he's just businessman, he never gave me the feeling that he actually, yeah, man, the story of God of War Ragnarok was incredible, and the story of The Last of Us. Maybe he watched The Last of Us HBO and was like, oh, maybe I get it now. But I think that people need to realize that the shareholders are definitely going to demand Sony make these games because these are the games that make them a lot of money. You know? It makes the business a lot of money, it makes their shareholders a lot of money, and it makes the developers a lot of money. So I do think that there is a bit of an over-exaggeration here where some people are making it seem like what David Jaffe said, where he's like, PlayStation Studios are mad and it was the final straw. I mean, it's not, again, it's not like Sony said to every PlayStation studio, you're all making live service games. But let me show you something here really quick, okay? If you want to know just how many PlayStation studios are making live service games, well, let's see. Ben Studio. Ben Studio is a question mark. The reason why Ben Studio is a question mark is because they're making a new IP and they say it will have multiplayer. Now, they never confirmed it's going to be a live service. It could just be a co-op game. That's what they said. Bluepoint Games. We have no idea what Bluepoint's working on. Firesprite. Firesprite is working on at least one live service game. They're also working on a single player horror game, but they do have a live service game. Firewalk, live service. Guerrilla, they're working on a live service game. Haven, live service. Housemarque, single player. Insomniac, they do have a live service game in development, or at least a multiplayer game in development. London Studio, live service. Media Molecule, they just now moved on to their next project. We have no idea. Naughty Dog was working on live service, seemingly got canceled. Polyphony Digital, I mean, obviously live service with Gran Turismo. Sony San Diego, obviously live service MLB. Santa Monica Studio, no live service. Savage Game Studios, they're a mobile game developer, live service. Sucker Punch Productions, we don't know if one of the games they're working on is live service. We do know they're working on Ghost of Tsushima 2, seemingly, but they are working on a multiplayer game. I think it's going to be a Ghost of Tsushima live service game. We don't have confirmation. Team Asobi, single player, presumably, and Valkyrie Entertainment, which is a support studio. So, I mean, that's where it's like I'm still very optimistic about many of these studios and what they're going to bring out, and I know that we are still getting single player games, but that's a lot of live service, dude. Like, that is a lot of live service games. And this is why I'm saying I don't know that I'm looking at this as a bad thing. Because what may have to happen here is many of these studios might have to shift. London, do you know what is disturbing to me? And this is again, not to be doom and gloom, but it's just the truth, man. London Studio, they're making a fantasy-based live service game. And we got one piece of concept art for this game. And it looks very stylized, kind of cartoonish. We could have gotten a Getaway revival. The last game Sony London made, I mean, they were making that game called 8 Days, and it got canceled, I think. They made Blood and Truth for PSVR 2. They go from making those types of games to now you're going to make a fantasy live service game. I don't know. It's stuff like that that makes me cringe a bit, where it's like, Sony, I'm not saying you have to turn to them and demand they make a Getaway, but it's like, the question I would ask is, if London Studio was given the opportunity to make a new AAA single-player Getaway game for the PS5, would they jump at that opportunity, or would they say, nah, we're good? I don't know, man. MBG, I don't get why you're so triggered by this particular game. Not all games need to be the same demo. I know, man. I know. I guess it's just because it's their history, man. That's what when I found out that that's what London Studio was making, I'm like, what? It would be like if Bungie came out with their next live service game and they were like, we're making a, I don't know, like a hyper, actually it sounds like it'd be pretty sick, but like a hyper ultra realistic third person shooter, like a SOCOM basically, like a modern military. I mean, that actually sounds like it'd be fucking awesome, but it would definitely be jarring where it'd be like, wait, who's making this? Bungie? Bungie's making that. Like, yeah, they're making that. It could be great. God, actually, now that I think about it, I would love to see something like that. But I'm just pointing out that it's just, it just comes out of left field where it's like, whoa, that's not what I would have expected from the studio remotely. We'll see. We'll see what happens. But Mario B, to answer your question, I know I just made it seem like everything is going to be live service. No, Sony will still have single player games, and they still do have single player games. One of the things we do have to understand, and this is important to understanding the broader conversation, is that these single player games are taking longer and longer to develop. Not every studio is going to be as efficient as Insomniac. Many studios are likely going to run into roadblocks, especially if we want new AAA IP. It takes many years. I think people do forget during the PlayStation 4 generation, when games like Days Gone, Ghost of Tsushima, and Horizon were in development, we had to wait years for those games. Since the PS4 launched, years. And Sony had to desperately rely on indie studios and partner studios, and they made some very good partnerships with, FromSoft and games like Bloodborne, and it really helped them. But I remember there was a year, I think it was 2014 or 15, one of those years, even Sony themselves came out and said it's going to be a sparse year. But it's because they were cooking, man. Like, they were cooking some really good shit in the kitchen, but you had to wait for it. So I can kind of understand why, and this is why I'm not totally opposed to getting a couple live service games or multiplayer games. It's like giving us something to be able to play and go to while we wait for these games that take 4, 5, 6 years to develop. And they're not getting any cheaper to make. They are risky. I'm not saying this justifies a full-blown live service push. I'm just saying that it's not as simple as, MBG tries to predict Sony Part 15. I know, right, man? I know. I have to do, I should probably start keeping track of shit. Maybe going into 2024, I'll do a dedicated stream to predicting good and bad things that Sony will do or announce in 2024. And then at the end of that year, we can go back. I'll write it all down, and we'll go back and see what I got right, what I got completely wrong. It's like the whole thing's completely wrong. Every single thing I predict is wrong. Will Hancock says Connie is stuck in her ways, was not able to evolve. It could be that. But again, if that is true, my question is, what makes Sony believe that Angie Smets is that evolution when it comes to, being able to facilitate live service games? Here's another, really quick, just another possible scenario. Maybe Connie Booth thought The Last of Us multiplayer was shaping up perfectly. Maybe she loved it and she was overseeing it, and she encouraged Naughty Dog, and Naughty Dog thought they were doing good. And it was really when Bungie stepped in that they were like, whoa, hold on. And then that maybe caused all these problems with that game. But then again, David Jaffe did say that Connie Booth was also overseeing Haven and that game. And, it's just apparently that game seems fine, right? You know what? Hold on. I just remembered something. I need my chat here to help me out. My memory's not the best. So tell me if I'm crazy right now. I could have swore back in 2021, when we first heard about Sony partnering with Haven, when they were describing their game, Jade Raymond, Herman Hulst, they were describing the game that Haven was going to make and were making, and it sounded a lot like Dreams. They made it sound like it was a game where you create what you want. You're going to be able to build your own worlds and whatnot. I could have swore that's how they described their game. And then now you look at Fair Games, that is not even remotely what they described. I mean, what's going on there? It's worth noting one of the founders of Haven left after Sony acquired them. Yeah, they said it's like dude, I really wish I could find that write-up. I just don't know. I don't know exactly what to search. You know what? Let me see really quick. Let me do Haven Studio PlayStation 2021 games industry. I think it was a games industry article. I want to see if I'm correct about this. Jade Raymond's Haven Studios already inspiring other studios. I don't think that's the one. Oh, tell me I'm crazy, man. Because I think... I'm only seeing this article from 2022 coming up. I could have sworn there was a write-up in 2021. Oh, now this is going to bug me. You're saying I am right? Dude, I'm telling you, like, I almost want to go. I might have to go back and check my content, my own content, because I know I reported on it. You're saying I'm crazy? Maybe I am crazy. You're saying you don't remember that? I might be crazy. All right, now I gotta find it. Hold on. Let me all right, let me search MBG Haven Studios. I know I reported on it, bro. Sony officially acquires Haven. I made that video 2022. All right, now I feel like I'm gaslighting myself here. I know. Oh, here we go. Okay, I got a video that I made. PS5 sells 10 million. Haven Studio exclusive update. This was 2021, July 2021. This is my own video. All right, guys. Today we have more. Thank God MBG puts timestamps. All right, Haven Studio update. Let me. I have a reason why I want to find this out. Just so you know, I do have a reason. I'm not just doing it for shits and giggles. But we're moving on to the second topic here, which is talking about Jade Raymond's Haven Studio and how apparently the PS5 exclusive game that they're working on is an online game as a service. Now, I know there's going to be a lot of people who feel very deflated after hearing that, and looking into the general response to this news, it seems to be mostly negative, which is understandable. PlayStation players, we don't really care too much about games as a service, but I've tried to explain to you guys here on the channel or anybody who's listening in that Sony is definitely going to be trying to have more games as a service that are exclusive to their console. All right, come on, MBG, get to the point, man.
Prior.
Damn.
That doesn't mean they're not going to continue to do their single player titles, but this is just something that Sony wants in on, right? They want in on that game as a service pie because of how lucrative.
Oh man, this guy just doesn't shut up.
So this is reading from PlayStation Universe, and it says the news that Jade Raymond had returned to the industry with her own studio under Sony, and that they were working on a new original IP turned quite a few heads, and a new report appears to have confirmed what was already rumored. Haven Studios' new IP could be a multiplayer game as a service title exclusive to PS5. The report comes from Italian publication multiplayer.it, where according to an anonymous source, a recruiting message has revealed that Haven is looking for developers to, quote, help develop an original intellectual property, a Sony exclusive game as a service, unquote. Now, I know that this may not be what a lot of people were hoping for, Haven Studio, and then we have Deviation Games, where they're all working on multiplayer to PlayStation. Now, we know that Sony is going to continue to develop their single-player exclusives, so you can rest assured, say, or I see the comments all the time, and then be like,
oh my God, no way! Dude, there's no way! Did I imagine this? We're going to have a problem if I imagine this. I know I did not imagine this. I did not make this up. Is there another video of mine where I talked about Haven? I am... Okay, now I'm starting to get concerned. I got one last ditch effort here. Hang with me, guys. Hey, what's going on, everyone? And how their game... Hit the subscribe button. Family. Let me just check the art. Let me just see the articles I linked below. It would be there. Gamesindustry.biz. Okay, let's see. Historically, it's just easier for us to invest in the team and a game more deeply. The fact that the game is coming along really strongly is certainly one very good reason. Okay, I think I might be crazy. We want the team to be fiercely autonomous from a creative perspective. I know from experience. Blah, blah, blah. Obviously, we will carry on making these single-player narrative-based games, such as Ghost, Tsushima. All right, what I'm sorry, guys. I had to figure out if I was losing it, and apparently I am. If somebody can back me up here, that'd be great. Like, if you find something and can refer me to a article or something. All right, we'll just leave it alone. You're saying it was before we even knew the studio was named Haven. Yeah, this is like a total Mandela effect right now. Like, I could have swore they said Mark Cerny was helping them, and it was going to be like a. Anyway, the only reason I was looking so deeply into this is because if I was able to find that proof that this is what they were developing, it would have confirmed to me that like they actually scratched that and they went with something totally different, something way more traditional. And it would have just been further proof that, like, I don't know that these studios really... Yeah, it was like a cloud-based... Yes. See, I know I'm not crazy. They said it was going to be like a cloud-based game. Thank you. I know it's not just me. All right, let me... Michael's saying, I don't remember the article, dude. Okay, let me keep going on with these super chats here. I thank you for bearing with me here. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're saying it's not a cloud game. It's about it being developed inside of the cloud. Okay. You're saying, come on, don't give MBG hope. Let him move on. I'll move on. Perfect image. You're saying, let's talk about Sony and the Xbox business. Play about exclusive games. That's no longer working anymore. I believe Sony is using this time to rethink everything so they can win. Or am I looking at it wrong, MBG? No, it's a really good question to ask at this point in time, Perfect Image, the whole idea of exclusives. So exclusives are not going to go away. And that's not me saying I don't want them to go away. I'm just saying they're never going to go away because they are critical to a platform's success. A platform without any type of exclusivity or exclusive content of their own is going to likely fail. We may see Sony, and we are seeing them go beyond the console. We already see Microsoft going well beyond the console, but they will not put their games on a direct competitor's platform. Hardly ever. Certain games they might make exceptions for, like for example with Microsoft Call of Duty, and in Sony's case Marathon from Bungie. But generally speaking, you're going to see Microsoft say, yeah, we're going to make this game. We're not going to put this game on PlayStation, and we're not going to put that game on PlayStation. And you're going to see Sony say, yeah, this game's not going to Xbox. And I say a direct competitor's platform because, yeah, we're going to see Sony and Microsoft. We're already seeing them put games on PC. They don't see PC as a direct competing platform. And it's because PC is kind of just, I don't know. It's its own thing. It exists in its own space, and it's not trying to PC isn't doing like Valve and like Steam. They're not doing what Sony and Microsoft are. Like, they're not going out there like buying publishers and studios and whatever. They're just doing their thing, right? I mean, a lot of people say Valve needs to make more games. So I think it makes sense why Sony and Microsoft are kind of getting friendly and have been friendly with PC, but the idea of Sony and Microsoft being friendly with each other and just saying, yeah, we're just going to stop really doing exclusives. We could, although if Sony does buy a publisher, and we've talked about this, I have no idea what to expect. If Sony bought, again, let's just say Capcom, would Capcom games be exclusive to PlayStation, or would they still go to Xbox? Would they just stay multi-platform? I could see Sony absolutely just being like, we're keeping them multi-platform. We'll take that money. Yeah, we're going to need that money. I could see that happening. Microsoft doesn't really need to worry about that. Microsoft doesn't need the money. That's another, I think, difference between the way Microsoft is handling their business versus the way Sony is. Sony cares very much about remaining profitable and not, not just losing and being a loss leader. MBG on the latest Capcom RE Engine update, they said their software tech is now Mac friendly. I did see that Apple's having a new event, and apparently they partnered with a major Japanese gaming publisher, and I'm pretty sure it's Capcom. We'll have to wait for it to be announced, but I'm pretty sure it's Capcom. I mean, what you just said, Fred, and that, it lines up perfectly. Saying technically nobody owns the PC platform. Everyone's free to release games on it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And I guess that's why they don't really see it as a competitor. I see Michael here saying the first title from Haven will be a new AAA multiplayer game. Raymond said in a blog post, though it's unclear when we might be able to play it. Here's a description of the game. I appreciate you looking that up for me. I know you're going to give me that description. Our first new IP for PlayStation is on track to deliver a AAA multiplayer experience with a vision to build a systemic and evolving world focused on freedom, thrill, and playfulness that will keep players entertained and engaged for years. Okay, interesting. Yeah, maybe, I don't know. Maybe I just completely misinterpreted or had this vision in my own head of what this game was supposed to be. And it was like not fair games at all. Fair games, I mean, look, man, here's the thing. I know when we talk about fair games in Concord, we are like assuming these games will be bad, but they could be good games. I mean, I'm very doom and gloom a lot of times, I know that, but I do need to acknowledge that side as well. What if these games are fucking awesome? I'm not sold on it by the trailers, but when we see it, what if it's actually like just a really, really good game that looks really fun to play? You know? What if that's something that happens? What then? I mean, I think everybody's been so focused, myself included, on death to games as a service. We never really, I think, or at least a lot of people, I think, never really stopped and thought, but what if these games are good? You know what I mean? And I guess it's hard to assume they'll be good because, it's very rare that a live service game just comes out and is like, oh, it's a rare thing. Fair Games has some conceptual gameplay on YouTube. It's an AI game that seems to generate endless content based on prompts. Interesting. You're saying Sony talked about Fair Games and demonstrated how in the game you type in some text like Metal Gear Mask and it generates a mask out of nowhere for your character. Really? I would have never guessed that. So thank you for the super chat, Perfect Image. We have Buck. He says, Ryan was all business, no vision. Herman would go to WB and say, we will do for Batman what we did for Spider-Man. Give us an exclusive 10-year license. Guerrilla could make an incredible Batman game. Not hard. Jim Ryan was all business, no vision. You're right. You are right. Jim Ryan is definitely not a creative. You're right, because Jim Ryan was all about profitability and following the money. And that's why I said, logically speaking, you can't really blame him for, chasing live service, because that's where the money is. But that's why I think there was such a massive disconnect between his vision and the fan base, because the entire fan base is like, bro, what are you doing? That's not what PlayStation players want. At least not in this way. And he didn't care. He's just like, no, this is how we're going to make money. I think you're right. I think right now PlayStation lacks vision. I do. And I don't think that's the worst thing, but it is a problem. And right now they literally lack vision. I mean, on a literal sense, they do not have somebody steering the ship. They need to find somebody. And they need to find somebody with that vision, because even when we talk about Sony buying a publisher and basically getting involved in consolidation, that's not vision. That's just business, right? Like, you don't need to hire somebody necessarily to come to the conclusion that we should buy a publisher. That's something that the higher up executives at Sony will decide if they want to do or not for the sake of the future. It's just, we need somebody who knows where they're taking PlayStation. What is the future of PlayStation? Because again, I've talked about this before. We know the future of Nintendo right now. We know the future of Microsoft. What about the future of Sony? The only thing we know is PS5 Pro, Wolverine, Concord, Fair Games, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Helldivers 2. That's all we know. And Death Stranding 2. And Rise of the Ronin. And Silent Hill 2 Remake. And there's a lot of fucking games, okay? But I'm just saying, these are all games that are likely coming out sooner rather than later. Yeah, Marathon, Foam Stars. Oh my God, you know what? We know the future. They have the vision. Stellar Blade, you're right. You know what I'm saying, though. It's just that's where I feel like this conversation really hits the ground running, is when you accept that Sony does have games. Sony does have a lot of games coming for their platform, but it doesn't mean they don't lack a vision right now. They do lack vision because they are not talking about their vision. Even when they had their showcase this year, they still didn't communicate it clearly. And it's almost like Sony is afraid to talk about live service because they know that's not really what their fans want to hear. So I don't know what they're going to do. Technically, isn't the Pro still a rumor? Yeah, but it was from Tom Henderson. And Tom, he's had an impeccable track record with this stuff. So I consider it confirmed. Top Shot with a $5 super chat. He says, I would fire Jim Ryan alone for allowing Bungie so much autonomy. Insomniac and Naughty Dog are more talented than Bungie for them to be under Bungie. I agree with that. I agree with that. I mean, I don't know that I would. Yeah, that is a pretty poor decision, because it's just I just get this sense that Sony was basically told by Bungie. That's what I can't help it. That's how I feel. I feel like Bungie told Jim and told Sony, this is how it's going to go down. You want to acquire us? This is how it's going to go down. And if it doesn't go down that way, we walk. And I think Jim was desperate, and he said, well, we need them. We need Bungie to be successful in live service. And I have seen people basically say before that Jim Ryan screwed up, because while Phil Spencer's out here signing acquisition deals for Bethesda and all of Bethesda, and then after that ABK, Jim Ryan's out here trying to cling on to Bungie. And I'll be honest with you guys, now that more time has went by, and we're having this conversation now, I really am starting to think that, I think Jim may have bet on the wrong horse here, guys. I do. Like, I think that maybe Jim should have just maybe said at that point, like, we have to start trying to see who we can get now too, because, and I'm talking like bigger than Bungie. That I'm just really beginning to think that, because I don't know, maybe Bungie will turn out to be a great acquisition for Sony in the long run if Marathon is super successful, Destiny 3 eventually a huge success. Maybe then it'll seem like, okay, well, that's making, I mean, I thought about this, right? Do you think maybe Jim Ryan, and I don't know, this is just purely everything about what we're talking about today is all speculation. Do you think it's possible that Jim Ryan could have bought Bungie as a kind of insurance policy? Like, okay, I'm tasking all of these studios with making live service, and if all of them fail or don't work out, they can all go back to doing what they normally do, but we'll have Bungie. And Bungie has Destiny, and they have expertise, and they can be our successful live service studio that makes us that live service money. I do kind of think that maybe that was the idea here, and maybe that's how this will all pan out, is if none of these studios making live service games for Sony end up finding success, I don't think Bungie's going to just, I don't think it's just going to go away. I don't think they're just going to sink and go away. I mean, it could, but I don't think that's likely. You're saying, MBG, I found your video. It's called New PlayStation Studio Tech Impressing Devs. Let's see if I can find it. New PlayStation Studio Tech Impressing Devs. I remember that video, man. Yeah. That's not, believe it or not, that's not, dude, I'm beginning to think this video doesn't exist. That's not the one, man. As crazy as that sounds, that's actually not the one. I remember making that video. You know what I can't wait for, though? You know what I can't wait for, guys? I can't wait when Sony comes out next year. I can't wait for when Sony comes out next year and announces they're acquiring a major publisher, and you get all these Xbox fanboys that are like, oh, I guess it's good now, huh? I guess it's good now. I guess it's fine now that they're doing it. And it's just, I'm not looking forward to that, because it's like, no, just stop. Just stop. You can't have it both ways. You can't have your cake and eat it too. You can't sit here and say it's okay for one company to do it and not the other. And I understand that they're going to try to say the same thing to us, where they're going to be like, but I thought all you guys were against this. It's like, dude, we were. But we also said that if Microsoft pushes this over the line, then it's game, it's going to be game on. What do people expect? I guess I'm just trying to say, like, I hope Xbox fans realize right now that, like, this is happening. It's going to happen. And I don't care that there are some people out there that are going to troll no matter what, but it's like, this is going to happen. It is. It's not even... who could think at this point that it wouldn't happen? Sony's they're going to go and they're going to make a big acquisition. And when it happens, it's going to be a shit show on the internet, because you're going to have all these people. It's like, listen, what choice do we have? I mean, truthfully, even for the people who were against Microsoft buying Activision Blizzard, what choice do we have when Sony buys a publisher? Because the only thing I'll be thinking to myself is, I can't blame them. How could I possibly blame them for doing that? But what MBG loves to do for fun is consolidating right in front of it. It's consolidating in front of my eyes. You're saying Destin will complain, just wait. Dude, I like, look, on one hand, On one hand, if Sony acquires a publisher, I'm going to just turn and say, saw that one coming. On the other hand, I'm going to say, well, it's unfortunate that this is the direction that the industry has to go in. And on a third hand here, I'm going to say, and I kind of hope Sony makes all the games exclusive. I do. I'm not even going to pretend anymore, man. Like, I'm not even going to sit here and pretend that it wouldn't feel right. It would, because it's like, dude, will we be able to say the same things that all the Xbox fans said if Sony buys a publisher and makes the games exclusive? Like, if we say, well, hey, it's okay now because at least they're not signing third-party exclusive deals. They own them now. They can do what they want. They can exercise that right. Are we going to be allowed to say that? No, probably not, because you know what these guys are going to say? They're going to say, but I thought you were against consolidation. Again, they're going to try to pull it back. And I'm going to say, but weren't you the guys justifying Microsoft's acquisition because of shit Sony did over 20 years ago to Sega? So you're allowed to do that and you're allowed to bring that up, but we can't bring up that Microsoft just bought ABK, forcing Sony's hand to buy a publisher. You see what I'm saying? That's exactly what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen. And that's why I'm saying this right now for future MBG, because I know, dude, that day is coming. The day is coming where Sony's going to announce they've acquired a publisher. And that's exactly how the conversation is going to go down. Remember, I'm saying this. A little bit of a rant. It's only because I know it's coming. I think everybody knows it's coming. And I'm just trying to get all the shit sorted now. So we're all on the same page. Because it's war, bro. It's war. I mean, they said it themselves. I thought you guys wanted competition. Yeah, we do. And I guess we got it. Well, get up, Sony. Get to work. Go compete. Do what you got to do. And that'll be that. Nothing you say matters, MBG. They'll claim what they want. Boss, bro, you trying to send a message? Huh? Boss is getting violent up in here. Boss just straight up trying to wreck my shit here. It's okay, boss. Everything's fine. It's fine. You didn't break anything. It's a sign, man. It's a sign. Sony's going to acquire Konami. That's the sign. Hold on. There we go. Straighten that out. That's good enough. I'll have to mess with it later. And dude, Corey Landiga. He's still not stopping today, man. Corey Landiga is coming out and dropping 10 more membership gifts. Another 10 bomb. Absolutely insane. He is keeping it going today. He brings us up to 119 members, guys. W's in the chat for Corey. Going absolutely crazy today. Really appreciate that, man. Thank you, Corey. You've been showing incredible support. All of you guys. We are that close to actually hitting a third goal today. Which is... I'm in shock, man. I love this community. You guys are incredible. Seriously. We have Invincible, if I'm saying your name correctly, in all caps, saying, why would Jaffe pull this lady and her family into a bunch of controversy for nothing? I don't know, man. Is it that controversial? Is he pulling her family in? I don't know. I hope not. I don't know, man. I think Jaffe just wants to get some shit out there. And we got Hellbound 1981, Corey Landiga again, twice. Corey Landiga comes in with another 5 and then a follow-up with another gift. But Hellbound with another 5, bring us up to 130 memberships on the day. You guys crushed another goal. Holy shit.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I got to give you a crazy round for that. I have to update the goal. Thank you guys so much for keeping it going today, man. What an awesome stream. Let me update this again. Let's see, where are we at? 10. Okay. All right, there we go. 130 memberships. And dude, and then we have Omen86, another legend drops in out of nowhere. Omen, I'm sorry, man, I didn't even see it in the chat there. Omen comes in and keeps it going. He drops 5 more memberships. W's in the chat for these guys, man. 135 members on the day. What an incredible number. Boss, I see you, man. You can't eat that. I see you. Omen, thank you so much, buddy. Thank you for keeping the membership train going. Thank you guys for all your support. What are the poll results? We'll go over it at the end. Right now, it's actually split right down the middle, 50-50. 805 votes. 50% say, yes, we're fine. 50% say, no, we don't like live service. But yeah, you guys are incredible. I love doing these streams. I love being able to have these conversations and talk to you guys passionately about the gaming industry and video games and everything else. It's awesome. So I really do appreciate all the support you show. It means a lot. I still have a couple more super chats here to go over. And my Lord, before I can even do it, Corey Landiga, bro, he just keeps going. Dude, W's in the chat for Corey. He is going berserk today. Corey pressed L3, R3. That's what he did with the memberships today, bro. He did it. He pressed L3, R3. He's Spartan raging all over. Dude, thank you so much. Corey brings us to 145 memberships. Dude, I'm already that close to having to update the goal again. You guys are insane. Corey, you're insane, bro. In the best way, of course. Good shit. Absolute legends here on the channel. He's screaming in the chat. And again, everybody who's super chats, everybody who's been waiting patiently, thank you guys so much for that. You know how it is sometimes. I can't keep everything organized. I try my best. Dark Horse says Pete's role was redundant. You think so? Are you saying like Peter Parker and in Spider-Man? Unless I'm misunderstanding. Oh, sorry. No. You're saying Pete Hines. I'm sorry. That's my bad. See, this is what happens sometimes when I'm a little bit behind on the super chats. You're saying Pete Hines' role was redundant. I guess maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Maybe he knew, dude. Maybe that's why he was mad about this acquisition. Will I be getting the RoboCop game? I actually don't know, dude. It looks better than it has any right to, but I'm not like a huge RoboCop fan. So right now I'm kind of like, maybe. And just for good measure here, Corey drops 5 more memberships. Guys, Corey, I've lost track. I don't know how many memberships you gifted today, but it's been a shit ton. And he just got us to 150. He just destroyed another goal. And just like that, I have to update it again. Good stuff, Corey. Thank you, man. You already know. Corey is very kind to this community. W's in the chat. I don't even have to say it, man. You're saying not a RoboCop fan, MBG. Well, dead or alive, you're coming with me. I just feel like it's before my time a little bit, like just before. Because I've seen some of the RoboCop movies. I remember there was like a RoboCop cartoon, which is weird. I know there was a RoboCop cartoon, but I just never got super into it. But it does look really good. Like from what I've seen, it actually looks good. And I think it's from a studio that doesn't have the best reputation, but it looks like they may have improved a lot. All right. Let's see here. Josh Z. So I have 2 super chats from Josh. I'm going to read them back to back here, and then I'll read Supremacy 101s. Josh, you're saying, I don't think it will turn bad, but it certainly can with enough consecutive poor decisions. The perfect cautionary tale is Sega's exit from the console market. Clashing visions began at the end. Also, the current shakeup at Sony reminds me of Iwata passing away at Nintendo and Miyamoto retiring from game development to focus on the branding side of Nintendo and growing their scope beyond the games. It's really good insight there, Josh, and I actually didn't think about that. This is why I think there is so much trepidation, because this is kind of how it happens sometimes, right? Like, right now I think there are a lot of PlayStation fans that'll say nothing like that could happen to Sony. And I will admit that it would be quite shocking. Like, Sony would have to make some really poor consecutive decisions, because even right now, like, the craziest thing is that even right now, with everything we're talking about, Sony's still doing fantastic. Like, one of the things we're going to talk about before the stream comes to an end is Eric Limpel said, that they're going to be having one of their best holiday seasons ever. Or that's what they're expecting. And it's like, they've had some really good holiday seasons. That's pretty damn impressive. So I guess what I'm trying to say, Josh, is that you are right. And they are in the process of making critical decisions, but they're doing so, I think, at the right time. I mean, obviously, we don't want to hear about games being canceled or failed games or layoffs or anything like that, but I think this is the right time for Sony to be doing it. Or at least I think it doesn't get better than right now, because they are finding a lot of success. They still have a lot of momentum, and they still have a lot of partners that they can rely on with games that are announced. They have Wolverine, and the PS5 is not going to necessarily slow down unless they start making really bad decisions, like you said, consecutively. And I just think that they have to kind of work efficiently right now more than anything. I think Sony has to be very precise about the decisions they make going into next year, who they appoint. You know, this Angie Smets woman apparently is taking over Connie Booth. I hope she has what it takes, man. I do. I hope that she's very good at her job. I hope she understands the PlayStation platform and the PlayStation community. And I hope she knocks it out of the park, because she's the one calling the shots now in a really important production position. And she's going to be the one responsible for a lot of decisions being made. Now, we'll have to see what Herman Hulst continues to do. And it's also going to be really important, obviously, whoever Sony decides to bring on as the next CEO, because they're going to have a vision. You know, Sony's not just going to say, "Oh, we'll just make this person CEO." They're going to talk to this person, and they're going to ask, like, "What's your vision for PlayStation? You know, where do you see PlayStation going in the next 10 years?" And Sony's going to have to believe in that. And so whoever they do appoint as the next CEO, they're going to believe in their vision, and their vision could be very different from Jim Ryan's. It could be very similar. But I think that now is probably the best time to do it, because the shit is getting real. I mean, the heat is being turned up. Microsoft's consolidating, man. Like, Microsoft is not stopping. Obviously, they're just growing. They're going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. And here's the important thing, regardless of how I or you or anybody else feels, this is what they're doing. They're making major changes in this industry. Nintendo is about to, I think, give Sony much needed, but still maybe, I don't want to say unexpected, but much needed competition to Sony in the console space. Xbox is not competing with Sony at all in the console space anymore. They're done. As far as I'm concerned, Xbox is done console-wise. It's over. Like they're done. Nintendo, however, they're about to put out a machine that's going to sell easily another 100 million units, and it's going to have strong third-party support. There's even a rumor that GTA 6 is going to launch on the Switch. All these things are happening starting next year. ABK for Microsoft going to look for more acquisition targets, grow Game Pass. Nintendo's got their new console, third-party support. Obviously, they're exclusives. Sony's going to have to fucking be on point. Sony needs to be focused. They need to know what they're going after, what they're looking to achieve. If you're looking to achieve console dominance like you are now, then you're going to have to focus more heavily on the console, even more than you are now, because now you have Nintendo competing with you on a more serious level. If you want to chase Microsoft with acquisitions, there's a lot you have to unpack with that. There's so many different layers to that. You got to know exactly who you're buying, why you're buying, and how they're going to be integrated, and where that leads. If you're going to continue with this live service, if you're going to continue with this live service, you got to get your shit together, and you got to get people in there that know what they're fucking doing. Where we're not hearing reports that a Last of Us multiplayer game that's been in development for over 4 years is somehow getting canceled. So, Corey in the chat says Xbox only has one course of action. They will rest in peace. Look, man, I'm not trying to hate on Xbox, and it doesn't even fucking matter if I do. People have already, I'm defined now, right? Like I'm the Xbox hater, whatever. But here's the fucking truth. People have this opinion and this belief that like it's just smooth sailing for Microsoft going forward, and they have a fucking rude awakening coming their way. They have a very rude awakening coming their way because, yes, they have the financial backing of Microsoft, and I'll be honest with you, that's probably all they need to ensure Xbox will never go away. But I think people are just getting ahead of their skis by convincing themselves that somehow, some way, Xbox just got good overnight at making games. It doesn't work that way. I mean, maybe you acquired talent and you acquired studios that do make good games, and that's one way of doing it, but the management is that, as far as I can tell, again, Bobby Kotick is there until 2024. The management is still the same. These people getting promoted, Phil Spencer at the top, Sarah Bond, Matt Booty. I mean, these are people that have been here for over a decade. Like they're, I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see how they end up doing. But I just think people need to realize that it's likely not going to be as smooth as some people think. It's a very fragile situation where money solved Microsoft's biggest problem. Obviously. I mean, that is crystal clear. Money solved their biggest problem. What was Microsoft's biggest problem? For the longest time, you ain't got no games. Your games are bad. No one wants to play your games. You know what I mean? That was their biggest problem. And they solved it with money. They said, okay, well then fine. We'll buy the games. We'll buy the makers of the games too. We'll buy it. And that's fine. And that's good. And there you go. You're going to have Call of Duty every year, presumably. You got Bethesda. You just got Starfield. It's doing what it should do. Starfield made Microsoft money. Starfield got people to subscribe to Game Pass. But this is a long game. This is not about just getting one win or two wins. This is about, okay, you bought all the games. You bought all the makers of the games. Now you got to manage that. You got to deal with that shit. And I'll always bring this up. And I'm not bringing this up to shit on Xbox. Well, fuck it. I may as well just say I am, because that's what everybody else is going to say. It's just the truth. I will never understand how people look at the way Microsoft managed Xbox, the way Phil Spencer managed Xbox from 2014 all the way to like 2019, and the people that were there. I'll never understand how we all pointed out that there's a major problem, and one of the biggest problems is they don't know how to properly manage studios or talent. Like, they don't know how to do that. They've proven they don't know how to do that. They couldn't even make a competent Halo game, which is fucking wild. And everybody is now cheering on Microsoft because, well, they bought Bethesda and they bought Activision Blizzard. And that's true. But my question is, looking at that new leadership, they have like a picture of the new leadership hierarchy. And I'm looking at it and I'm like, but why does anybody have any confidence that suddenly now they're just good at managing things? They just figured it out. Like, we just know how to manage Activision Blizzard now. We just know how to manage, or we're bringing on the right people to do it, even though the same people are there. That's what I'm trying to say, is the only thing that is stopping people from looking at that is Game Pass, because all they see is, well, who cares? I'm getting more games in Game Pass. It's like, that's fine. But you know what I see as somebody who doesn't give a fuck about Game Pass is I see the same people there that were responsible for some of the biggest failures over the last 10 years. But that's cool, because the solution to your problem is, well, we don't know how to manage we don't know how to manage studios. We don't know how to manage talent. So let's just buy more studios and buy more talent, and it'll all just work out. Yeah, I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. No problems. Definitely no roadblocks coming up ahead. But, that's the thing. I say something like that, and people see what I just triggered Xbox fanboys by saying this, okay? Because what they're going to do is they're going to hyperfixate on what I just said and completely ignore the fact that I just spent the first 2 hours and 45 minutes of this entire stream being critical of Sony and their decision-making and some of the problems that they're running into. Because I am lying. What am I lying about? I don't even see how that makes sense. What am I lying about exactly? I mean, I think Sarah Bond is probably like the newest addition. I don't know that she was there in like 2015 or 16. Go on a critical rant, get a critical response. Yeah. Well, I'm just done fighting it anymore. There's no point in fighting it, Like, I'm just going to say what I have to say, and that's what I have to say. You're lying. You don't own a PS5. Gasp. The future is not... All I'm trying to say is that the future for Sony and Microsoft is not guaranteed for neither of them. And people need to stop acting as if it is for either. Like, if you're a PlayStation fan, I don't want to sit here and say that, hey, you should just assume Sony's going to die and you should listen to the trolls. No. But I'm also not going to say that Sony isn't potentially going to run into some serious issues if they're not very careful. Yeah, they probably will. We could make the argument they're already running into certain issues. But it comes down to, we want to try to focus on what it is that PlayStation does right. And I don't know that anything we say or do is going to be communicated to the people who make the decisions, but that's what we'll do. And the same can be said for Microsoft and Xbox, where, I'm not saying don't be excited about the future of Xbox if you're a Game Pass subscriber and you have more studios than ever to look forward to and games. That's fine. But don't give them credit they don't deserve. That's what I'm trying. Like, don't give... Dude, the way people are talking about Phil Spencer, like, dude, Phil has not proven anything. Like, why do people not fucking realize this? They're too busy shitting on Jim Ryan, or they were until he retired, that they don't realize Phil hasn't proved anything other than he can fucking spend Microsoft's money. What is so great? What has Phil done that's so great? Other than spend Microsoft's money and write fucking emails saying, buying Nintendo would be a fucking crowning achievement. Oh, you're just a hater. Maybe I am, because it's like, what the fuck did he prove? You're talking about the same man who couldn't even get a good fucking Halo game at the launch of the next Xbox. But Starfield, yeah, Phil Spencer has nothing to fucking do with Starfield, man. Like, when are people going to realize that? It's like when Bungie releases Marathon. Oh, that's Jim Ryan. No, it's fucking not. Jim Ryan had nothing to do with Marathon if it's successful. The only thing Jim did was spend Sony's money. What is wrong with these people? They don't know what they're fucking talking about. So it's like, if you want to have that optimism and you say, well, hey, he's going to prove it. Okay, that's fine. Let's see. Let's see how Phil handles a Bobby Kotick-less Activision Blizzard. Let's see how Phil handles that. Oh, man. You know what? Listen, I'm saying this like to the fans. Of course, the fans don't give a shit. You know what I want to know? How did Phil convince the board of Microsoft? That's what I want to know. That is the golden question right there. The $1 million, the $68 billion question. How did Phil convince the board of Microsoft that he is the right guy for the job to do this shit? I'm being dead serious. Like, what did he show them? Like, I did this, so you should trust me. What did he fucking show them? I don't get it. Like, I'm shocked. He's still the head of gaming, man. I'm shocked. Or maybe you know what it is? Maybe he doesn't have control. Maybe it's the board now. Maybe it's like, yeah, well, people like Phil, so we'll just bring him on up and we'll be the ones calling the shot, right? He'll just be the figurehead. I could see that being a reality. That would make sense. That would actually make a lot of sense. That would make too much sense. You know what, dude? You're right. Read the emails, MBG. Satya has no idea what gaming is. You're right, dude. You are right about that. And I don't. I mean, he's the CEO of Microsoft. I'm sure he's not spending his time gaming. Saying this is why you get clipped so much, dude. I don't fucking care, man. I don't. Like, people are gonna clip me no matter what I talk about. It is what it is. But they clip me now because they can. But if Microsoft does fuck up in the future, though, like, if Microsoft does fuck up, dude, these guys are going to turn on them. I don't know if people know that. These guys are going to turn on them, just like they did with Sony, because it's just like, we're not, they're only going to flock to what's popular. I mean, all of the Xbox content creators, they were getting clipped and they were getting made fun of and they were getting shit on for the longest time. And it's because they stuck around with Xbox even when Xbox was having a struggle. Are they getting clipped now? Are they being made fun of now? No, because it's the popular thing to do is to, wow, Xbox is great. I've told people time and time again, it's just a fucking pendulum that swings back and forth. And there are a lot of people swinging on that pendulum, going back and forth with it. But if there's one thing, you're saying the problem is all your ifs. If Xbox messes up, if Xbox does well. You're right, they're all ifs, but my question to you is, something that's not an if is, what has Microsoft done in the past 4 years, basically since 2019, to prove to you that they are on, like, they know what they're doing and they're on a path to really delivering great games? What have they done? And I'm not even trying to be facetious about it. I mean, it's just like, if you can really give me a good prime example, Hi-Fi Rush, Starfield, Forza. Okay. Rebuilt and laid a foundation, plus the roadmap is nice. Okay. All right, well, I mean, that's the thing, man. If people want to shit on me because I'm not in agreement, then so be it. I'm not in agreement with that. You're right. They have laid down the foundation. They do have a roadmap. I will give them that credit. Like, there are things that Microsoft absolutely deserves credit for. They do deserve credit for seeing some of these projects through. Games like Hi-Fi Rush, which, ended up being a critical darling, it seems. They do deserve credit for being clear in their roadmap where this is all about Game Pass and we're going to eat up studios and we're going to grow this shit and you're coming along for the ride. Nothing wrong with any of that. But I guess to me, it all just kind of comes off as just fluff bullshit where it's like, yeah, I get it. Like you almost died last generation and you need to win everybody over and you're just spending your money to win them over. Cool. But like, what are you really doing? And maybe, hey, the conversation could, maybe Xbox really could win me over next gen. Or not next gen, next year. Because they're finally going to release some of these games. You're saying, nah, MBG, there's totally nothing wrong with that. If it weren't for Bethesda, they'd still wouldn't have any games despite the Xbox One generation. They never learn. No hype for years, and now you can't go anywhere without hearing about them. Yeah, well, Microsoft has something else Microsoft deserves credit for is turning the conversation around. Microsoft bought the narrative. I don't know if anybody realizes that. Like, they literally bought the narrative. And it's fair. It's fair game. You have the money to buy it, go fucking buy it. And they did. They said, you know what? We can lose money on Game Pass for a while. Sure. We can buy Bethesda. Yeah. And we can buy Activision. And we could do all of that. And it worked. I mean, this is probably, honestly, that's probably why I probably answered my own question. That's probably why Phil Spencer's still at the top. Because it's like, it's working. Somehow it's working, man. They're doing it. They're doing it. They're really doing it. You're saying it's not about you, though, MBG. You're a PlayStation fan. You're not going to stay there. It's about the casuals, and they are gaining them. No, exactly. That's exactly. You say, okay, PlayStation did it too. They bought exclusives and exclusive content with marketing that stopped Xbox from even showing it. I'm not saying, keep in mind, I'm not saying, nothing I'm saying about Xbox is also me saying, and Sony's innocent. No, I just think Sony's better at what they do than Microsoft is. This isn't about who's guilty or who's innocent. This is about who's better at what. Microsoft is better at spending money than Sony is. That's clear. Because you're right. If Sony was smart, they would have just bought this shit to own it. But they didn't. They bought it to rent it, basically. Ironically enough. Isn't that just the greatest irony? They bought it to rent it. But Sony is better at what they do than Microsoft. We'll see if that maybe that'll change. Again, next year they got games like Hellblade, first party studio. They got Avowed. They had Starfield. And so it's clear that, in buying these studios and buying these developers and buying the talent, they are, they're ensuring that it's changing the narrative, which is we needed good games and we need more of them. So we bought them and now we're going to release them and people are going to like them. And the credit goes to Xbox, where it's like, hey, you guys got better. And that's fine. Like, I'm not even necessarily against this at this point. It's just, it'll be interesting to see in the coming years what happens to these games, what happens to these studios for both Sony and Microsoft. Because maybe, dude, we might find that Sony made some bad choices. Sony bought Firewalk Games or Firewalk Studios, and Sony said, this is a great studio and they're going to have an awesome game. And I think people are going to be very surprised. It's like, okay, let's see. And it's like, if they show their game and it looks it's just total ass, where it's like, what the fuck is this? Yeah, we're going to have to question, like, okay, somebody's losing their grip over here. But Shelly, you're saying, as far as I'm concerned, Hellblade is the first proper Xbox title, and the irony is that it's a sequel to a PS4 game. Yeah, I forget about that. MBG, they can buy the narrative, but they can't buy my confidence. That's a good way of putting it. That's how I feel about it, ultimately. They did buy the narrative, and that's clear, where, like, the If you basically say like, hey, I'm an Xbox fan and it's cool to shit on Sony or cool to hype up what Microsoft is doing, like that's the popular thing to do, and it's fine. You know, again, that's just how these things go. They happen in cycles. But I agree with you in that they can't buy my confidence. Like they just can't. And if they had like different leadership, maybe I would. But I got to see it to believe it. In the same way that people want me to doubt Sony, where it's like, I mean, yeah, Sony could be on the cusp of getting ready to really fuck up colossally. Like, oh man, fucking Wolverine's going to be a disaster, and Sony Santa Monica's new IP is going to be a disaster, and whatever other games that they have coming eventually, right? Like, they're just going to be disasters. It's like, okay, that's a possibility, but I'm not confident in that because Sony hasn't done anything to make me believe that that's what's on the horizon. Truthfully, it could be, and we'll talk about it if it happens. But that's why I just find Xbox fans right now, fanboys, kind of fascinating. Where it's like they really believe, man. Like they are just so like they're like, we know that this is good. Like Microsoft can't lose now. Like they can only release good games. And it's like, maybe, but I just don't understand like why. And I don't know, maybe I'm just a fool in general for trying to understand that, you know? Like Sony fanboys. Well, yeah, there are definitely some Sony fanboys out there. I mean, some people probably say I'm one of them, but I see some Sony fanboys where they just like, it's like they can't be critical of Sony ever for any reason. And I don't get that either, because it's like, look, I get it. There's like a loud group of trolls right now and they're annoying, but it's like, you still have to be critical, in my opinion, of Sony if you're a fan, because it's important. We can't just the last thing we want to do is cheer on them making what could potentially be poor decisions. And that's why I was excited to have this conversation with you today, because you have to believe, MBG. I'm somewhere in the middle. Like I do actually have confidence in Sony and PlayStation Studios, but I also have nervousness around the business side and the potential business decisions that they could end up making in the next couple of years and how that could impact the future of PlayStation. But when it comes to the game side of it, the confidence is there. And I think at the end of the day, maybe that's the answer to this entire conversation, is it's like Microsoft from a business side has shit locked down. You know, like they have shit locked down where it's like Game Pass, buying studios, delivering these studios and their games into Game Pass for the, consumer, for the fan. And I think that's what makes it so easy for people to have that kind of, I don't say a false sense of confidence, but that sense of confidence nonetheless, because it's like, well, this is what they're doing. And that sounds good to me. And that sounds good for me. So yes, they're doing it. Meanwhile, Sony's out here and they're just giving mixed signals constantly, where they're like, okay, we're doing like PlayStation Plus Extra and Premium, and we're going to like pick and choose our games when we feel like it. And then we'll, bring some of these games to PC. We can, $70 for our games, which is fine. It's like, we're also going to raise the price of some things because it's the economic realities. And we're not going to buy a publisher. We're going to buy Bungie. So it's like, okay, like these are all, like from a business perspective and like from an industry perspective, these are all very mixed things that are kind of, you're all over the place. Like that's the reality. Sony's all fucking over the place, man, with all the shit they're doing. But they still make good games. You know what I mean? Where it's like, again, there's a lot of people who have a lot to say about Spider-Man, and even I have my own problems with Spider-Man, but the one thing I cannot say about Spider-Man is that it's a bad game. It's not. Like, I beat the game recently. I have about like 21 hours in it. I've experienced about 3 bugs, It's just like that. But again, people are so hung up on, but Microsoft is doing this and that's better than what Sony's doing. So, I don't know. Good game, bad narrative. You think so? Oh, we'll get into that conversation another time. You're saying, but they're not, though. They're still just all unproven. You're saying for now, with Microsoft, you don't have to question when you're getting content, just the quality. With Sony, you have to question when you're getting, but not usually the quality, except for these games as a service. Yeah, that's what's interesting is like, I really feel like there is a weird narrative around Spider-Man right now where I'm not saying I expected Spider-Man to be like totally bulletproof, but it is quite surprising to see how much like hate and flack it's getting for many different things. And some of it I do think is warranted, but most of it, like a lot of the shit I'm seeing, it's just like, whoa, like this level of dogpiling is fucking not normal. And there's something wrong. You're saying you buy into Xbox fanboys too easily? Well, maybe. I mean, yeah, I guess you're probably right about that, where I think Spider-Man 2 at the end of the day, no matter what, it's gonna do that work for Sony. But I guess I'm just saying, like, let me put it to you this way. You ready? I want you to think back to when Spider-Man 2018 launched. September of 2018, Spider-Man 1 launched. I want you to think about that. And I want you to compare that, like the conversations that were happening at that time, the zeitgeist, like what were people saying? What was going on? I want you to compare that to Spider-Man 2's launch. And I can tell you, it's a night and day difference. It's actually fucking wild. Where it's like, you can't look around. You cannot search anything Spider-Man 2 related without finding people having negative things to say about it. And, some people might say, well, maybe that just means that there's actually a problem, right? Like, there must be something fundamentally wrong with this game then, if that's the way it is, where it's like, you just can't search this game without finding people complaining about something. And I'm not here to say Spider-Man 2 is perfect, because it's not. But again, like, I just feel truly disconnected because I played this game from start to finish. And I'm just perplexed at, like, dude, what are these people talking about? I mean, they are treating this game like the way they treated Days Gone. And that was bad. Like, Days Gone actually got treated so poorly that I think that's one of the reasons why the game didn't get a sequel. Like, I think that game just got fucking crushed underneath the weight of people's, I don't know, cynicism or just negativity towards it. And I was always like, fuck, man, this game is awesome. Like, I just couldn't understand what people were talking about with Days Gone. And I just feel like I'm actually seeing something very similar happen right now with Spider-Man 2, where there are some things I can understand where it's like, yeah, it's not perfect. And Days Gone wasn't perfect either. It did have some issues. But this is a good game. This is just objectively a good video game. I don't say that as a fanboy. I don't say that as somebody where it's like Sony can do no wrong. I'm just saying that, like, it's a good fucking video game. It's got a lot there that I think a lot of other games would like to have, or that people would hope to see in other video games to a degree. You're saying the overall climate of the gaming industry seems more cynical right now. Yeah, I think you're right about that too. You're saying, no offense, but it's like y'all haven't had time where people just don't agree that these Sony games aren't always good. Now it's time where people agree and you guys don't like it. No, yeah, that's fair to point out. Yeah, no, I get that. I get what you're saying. Corey, you're saying you got to go, man? Well, dude, I take care, man. I really appreciate you showing up to the stream, and I really appreciate all the support you've shown today. Let's just get a couple more W's in the chat for Corey as he heads out, because he's a huge supporter of the channel, and he did some serious heavy lifting today, so really appreciate it, man. Enjoy the rest of your day. You know, just to speak to what you said, where you're basically what you said is that when Sony was getting all the praise for their games, it was fine, right? But now that they're getting some criticism for their games, it's not fine. And it's like, well, here's the thing. I don't think there's anything wrong with a game getting criticism when it feels warranted. And it's like with the bugs, right? The situation with the bugs for Spider-Man 2, I don't think there's anything wrong with people pointing out that this game may be a little bit buggy for some people, and it could be problematic for some people. And it seems like Insomniac has to put out a patch or two. That's fine. And I think the only real question that people have at that point is, okay, how buggy is it? Is it like broken, unplayable buggy? Or is it just maybe a slightly inconvenient buggy where you might run into a couple times where you have to like restart at a checkpoint or something like that? Or is it really not buggy at all and people are just bullshitting? I think, and this is based off of my own experience and what I've heard from many other people, it seems pretty clear that Spider-Man 2 is the type of buggy where it's certainly not broken, it's far from broken, but you might run into some slight inconveniences where you have to restart a checkpoint, or you know, maybe something glitches out and you fall through the world and you just got to, again, restart the checkpoint or whatever. That's the level at which it seems. Where the problem comes in is when you are kind of, again, looking around and you realize that, dude, there are people like, it's unavoidable, maybe for somebody in my position, Xbox profile pictures, Xbox banners, retweeting everything, you know, Xbox focused YouTube channels, like, you know, where these are like this is where you're seeing the most viewership for this shit. And it's like, I understand people are not going to come to me to say, hey, I want to go to MBG to find out if I should play Spider-Man 2. Of course, you're not going to want to go to me to find that out because I have a bias here. Like, in case that's not obvious, you're going to want to go to somebody who doesn't seemingly have any bias, right? But this is where I question, why are people going to these people who clearly have a bias to tell you that, no, this game is either bad or broken or has serious fucking issues, like to a degree in which you might want to even reconsider supporting it or buying it, right? That's the only thing I'm trying to point out. There's nothing wrong with having criticism towards a game. It's like, why would you go to, it'd be like if I reviewed Starfield, right? Like, who the fuck would come to my channel for a Starfield review? I'll tell you, like, people who fucking hate Starfield would, right? Because I'm a PlayStation channel. Like, I've made it clear I don't like Starfield. And that's literally happening right now with Sony and PlayStation games. And yet that's where people are going. And it's like, I guess that's just the way it is. I mean, you see these accounts on like Twitter where they're getting like 13, 15, 17 million views on this shit. And you see their fucking accounts and it's like, this is an Xbox fanboy account. Like, this is a fucking fanboy account. Like, why is this the account that's getting the views? It should, you know what I mean? It's fucking bizarre. It's truly bizarre, man. But then again, that is the nature of the internet. Supremacy 101 says, Dreams could have been, potentially speaking, a Minecraft had they made it scalable and ported it to everything in existence. By the way, Killzone multiplayer basically laid the groundwork for Call of Duty. You're saying but Horizon. I think your super chat got cut off there, man. It just ends with but Horizon. I think you're just saying but they ended up making Horizon instead. Ted, you're saying MBG, can you like an Xbox game today as a Sony channel? Yeah, there's nothing. See, that's the thing is like people, I think some people have it in their head, and I get why they would have this in their head, that they think I want to actively hate Xbox games. And it's like, well, not really, especially now. Like, that's not a popular thing to do. And there was only very few moments in time where that was a popular thing to do. But I never hated an Xbox game or hated on an Xbox game because it was a popular thing to do. Any time I've ever fucking had criticism of an Xbox game was because it deserved the criticism. Again, like if you were to try to find videos or clips of me just shitting on Starfield, good luck. You won't find it. You'll have me. The worst thing you'll be able to catch me saying is I don't think Starfield looks like a good game. It just doesn't look impressive. That's the worst thing you'll hear me say. But you'll find plenty of clips of me saying I think Starfield looks like a game that people are going to enjoy. I don't see any major problem with this game. That like this is not a Redfall situation. But yet, but people don't care about that. Why would they? It is what it is, man. I'm just saying, like, it's not up to me. I think that's just basically what it comes down to. Is it's not up to me to get Sony back into the good graces of these more casual fans or the people who are, that's not my job. I'm just here to talk about Sony and PlayStation and the different platforms and what's going on with the competition with Microsoft. That's what I'm doing here. But no, if I played, I don't know, like if I was a big Forza fan, right? And which I'm not, but if I wanted to play Forza Motorsport that just came out, yeah, I would talk about that on my channel. And I don't think anybody would give a fuck. Like, I think some people would be a little bit surprised, like, oh, I guess he does like some Xbox games. And I'm positive I am positive at this point, especially with how many studios Microsoft has, that there are going to be games they produce going forward that I'm going to want to play and partake in. And I will talk about them. But I just think it's wild, man. Like Microsoft, you see, they didn't really care about what happened with Redfall because they knew it was coming. They knew. They released that shit and they suffered that PR shitstorm, and they did, Phil Spencer did that interview because they knew like Starfield will make up for it, and then we're probably going to get Activision Blizzard and no one's going to give a fuck. And they're absolutely right. No one gives a fuck. So but Supremacy, it would have been very interesting to see Sony continue on with Killzone. That would have been very interesting because that could, who knows how big Killzone could have gotten. I mean, I'm not saying that would have been better than them doing what they did with Horizon Zero Dawn, but I know that there would be a lot of people that want Killzone to come back. Mario B with another super chat. He says, what worries me is that by pushing for more live service games, that the quality of their single player games might start suffering from that move. It is, I mean, it's a possibility. Yeah, that there's a lot of risk involved with Sony pursuing these live service games. And I guess the important thing for Sony to do, I imagine they are doing this, is to ensure that the studios that are making single player games, that's just what they're focusing on. Right? That I would say this, Mario. I think a bigger concern is Sony's reputation. And again, that's not necessarily my concern because that's, it's whatever. But that is Sony's concern because it's like if you start releasing these live service games frequently and they're bad, you're putting the PlayStation Studios logo on these games. If they're bad and people don't like them and they actually start to kind of become a joke, you're going to ruin the reputation of PlayStation Studios. And that is something that would be detrimental to PlayStation, no doubt. We've seen that happen to many other studios in the past. And so it's not so much, you want to talk about their single player games suffering. The way that their single player games could suffer potentially is if they start releasing a bunch of live service games with the PlayStation logo on it, PlayStation Studios logo, and they get horrible reviews, they get laughed at, they're just horrible, again, assuming they're just bad games, then when people see that PlayStation Studios logo, it's not going to hold as much weight anymore. It's not going to matter as much anymore to some people. I think for people who are paying attention, they will realize that you see a PlayStation Studios logo on a game like Concord, and if Concord flops, you see the PlayStation Studios logo on a new IP from Sony Santa Monica single player. Yeah, they're two very different things. But I think there is that chance that they could hurt their reputation. It's a good question, Mario. Planet Schlorpian says Sony just isn't about breaking down barriers between platforms the way Microsoft is. Sony's honestly more like Nintendo in that regard, minus PC. I agree with that, but I do think that this is where we have been seeing change, and we might continue to see even more change going forward, depending. Again, it depends on their vision. Like, it's understandable why Microsoft is so aggressive in breaking down those barriers, because they have a subscription service that anywhere that subscription service is tethered directly to their entire ecosystem. So anywhere they can put that subscription service, they're not about growing a console. They're not about growing a walled off garden. Well, I mean, it technically still is a walled off garden. It's just a garden that can maybe reach a wider audience. It's just that just replace the console with a sub-service. That's all Microsoft did. And it was always going to lead to them being able to break down barriers a little bit more easily, because they're asking to come to you through other vessels, right? They're not asking you to come to us to buy a console. So yeah, it really comes back down to the basic business model where Sony, and that's something that Eric Lempel said in his interview, where PS5 remains the core focus. It's because Sony is trying to get people to come to them, come to PlayStation. And you do so by buying you go out and buy a PS5, So yeah, it's it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Sony. Allah or Ale, I don't know if I'm saying your name correctly, but I'm sorry. You're saying, it's funny, I think that Sony Ben's upcoming game is going to be fire. Sounds like a fire game from what I hear about it. I mean, there is a rumor that Sony Ben's new game is like a stealth action game inspired by Metal Gear and Hitman and Splinter Cell. And oh man, if that's true, that does sound like it will be fucking awesome. So I can't wait to see Sony Ben's game. And Corey Landiga, he did have to head out, but he did a chat here. He says, there's always the what if they're good. And he says, F games as a service. Indeed, hopefully we got some good no games as a service titles coming along the way. Well, I think there are many people who would agree with you, Corey. There are many PlayStation fans, like I said, and players who just want nothing to do with games as a service, and they are not at all happy that Sony is pursuing this. And they're just going to remain focused on Sony single player outings. Saying 50% apparently. Yeah, I don't blame anybody. That's what Sony does best, man. It is. Michael Werneth, you're saying, what is the kitty's name? This is Boss. His name is Boss. I have another cat. She's not in here today, but her name is Leia. So I'm sure you'll see her as well. But yeah, we have some emojis for Boss and Leia. And Dark Horse says, to be honest, Bungie is a better fit for Xbox, in my opinion. Yeah, they were under Xbox in the early Halo days, and that's just so. I think it's just so weird that they lost Bungie, man. I do. I think that's truly a bizarre turn of events. One of the stranger things that has ever happened in the gaming industry. So I agree with you. it just is made even weirder by the fact that somehow they ended up at Sony. I don't disagree with that. I do think Bungie is a better fit at Xbox, but I don't know. It's just the way it goes, I guess. Omen86 says it doesn't take much to compete with Xbox. You can't say that, Omen, because Sony's the one on the back foot now, right? Sony's the one on the back foot. But, we'll see. We'll see. In 2024, we're going to see if competition truly is going to be at the forefront with these platform holders. Domingo813 says Xbox Series S raised the price to PS5 in Brazil. Holy shit. That's kind of crazy, but I don't know. In Brazil, I'm not surprised. Like, I know people are never I'm not saying you ever should be happy. It's always a shitty thing to see the prices being raised of things, but the price, I don't know if people notice, but the price of everything is going up. I mean, literally everything. So I would complain about it, but it's like, hopefully inflation reduces going forward and comes down. It's getting crazy. It's wild. Omen86 again says PlayStation is on top without even bringing their A game. Hardly showed any first party so far. They're able to bring the hammer when needed. We love you, Jim. Well, that's Omen. That's why I'm saying, like, I have not lost confidence in Sony because this year, like, look, next year is going to be a determining year for a lot of things. Sony cannot have another underwhelming showcase, period. They cannot, Sony 2024 cannot be the same as 2023. Not even close. It just can't. I don't care what anybody says. I don't care what kind of confidence you have in Sony. For as confident as I am, 2024 has to be a very different year. But I do have that confidence that it will be. Why wouldn't it? I mean, why the fuck wouldn't it? Like, if we did, Herman will delete his Twitter. Yeah, bro, he will. He will delete his Twitter. He'll delete his Twitter this time. Fuck, man. But Omen, we'll see, man. I tried telling people, you're not going to see Sony do much right now. Doesn't matter how many trolls there are, how much ill will Sony has. Sony's not going to do much right now because they're going to be selling PS5s, having a killer holiday season, and flowing right into next year with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, another major system seller. I'm telling you, guys, you want to pay attention to Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. The reason why I'm saying that once that game is released, after that, we're in open water, man. Like, where it is just who knows where we're going after that. Who knows where we're going after that? So enjoy Spider-Man 2, and then we'll enjoy Final Fantasy VII Rebirth and Helldivers if you're into that. But after that, that's when things are going to get really interesting, because that's when the time will arrive for Sony. All right, what's your vision? What's your roadmap? Who's the CEO? Where are these live service games? What about your single player games? Many questions will need to be answered. Many questions will need to be answered. Who won 2023? I don't know. I mean, you could maybe argue Nintendo won 2023. I don't think Sony won 2023. Gamers won. There you go. I mean, I think everybody's winning this year. Everybody got something. And that's pretty good, right? So there you go. Gamers won 2023. Planet Schlorpian. Jim Ryan will be about as missed as herpes. Oh my God. Planet Schlorpian just going in hard here against Jim. Zombie Dragon with a super chat says, I like Microsoft's plan. The problem is they haven't told us how they're going to achieve it. While Sony does not tell you their plan. They just give you the result when it's done. That's true. That's true. I mean, Zombie Dragon, I think the only thing I would say here is that I think Microsoft has made it clear how they're going to achieve their plan from the consumer side of things, where it's like the plan is get as much content as we can and put it in the Game Pass. And we'll grow Game Pass and we'll bring you and we'll win you over. I think outwardly speaking and forward facing, that's the plan. And again, that's why I think so many people have such goodwill towards Microsoft, because Microsoft is being as transparent as possible about that. But internally, you know, there was like that. There's always this conversation about, oh, does Microsoft really only have till 2027 to make this work? I don't think so. I don't think there's like a hard cutoff where it's like, if you don't get 100 million subs by 2027, this is over. But what people do need to realize is like, this does have an end date. Like they do have goals, and they do, I mean, they have expectation, and that expectation is tethered to their shareholders. Their shareholders, and this is an important thing to understand about Microsoft as a company, Microsoft shareholders are not expecting anything other than like really, really profitable, well-oiled and functioning divisions underneath Microsoft. They, you know, that's kind of that's what Microsoft is up against. And in a way, it's Xbox is competing more so with their own divisions within Microsoft than they are with Sony or even, you know, anybody else out there, because every other division underneath Microsoft makes their money, man. Like that is why they're able to take $68 billion and say, you know what, dump this money into this division because we got to bring it up. And the number one thing to understand about Microsoft's plan and their vision is that they need extreme growth. And I have to emphasize the word extreme. This is not, you do not buy Activision Blizzard saying we're looking for modest growth. We're looking for minor growth. No, now this is it. This is where it all comes down to. Like, maybe you could say we expect minor to modest growth with Bethesda. But now you bought Activision Blizzard. There's a very good reason for that. And as you can see, what did they recently tell their shareholders? They told their shareholders, we're going to grow by like 50% over the next year. I mean, their shareholders are probably salivating right now at the mouth because they're like, holy shit, look at that growth. Right? And it's like, yeah, you just bought Activision. Of course. It's going to be the only year, though, where it's that extreme. The question comes after 2024 for Microsoft. What does 2025 look like? What do your financials look like then? What about 2026? What about your subscriber numbers for Game Pass? We'll see, man. I mean, Starfield, I think, is a good start for them. I think Starfield makes it clear that it works. But here's the thing. Microsoft said that Starfield brought in their most amount of subscribers ever in like a single period of time, which is not surprising. But the real question is, okay, how many of those subscribers are staying subscribed? That's the only question that matters. And I don't know. I don't know if Microsoft is going to reveal that, but I doubt all of them will. And so Microsoft's on that treadmill, man, and they just got to keep pumping that content out. And so you are right that Sony is not on that treadmill. Sony is kind of on the opposite. I mean, Sony's still putting out content very frequently. You could argue Sony's put out more content this generation than Microsoft has. They probably have. But it's like right now they kind of face polar opposite situations where Sony, here's Final Fantasy VII, here's Helldivers, and, you know, we got Wolverine and, you know, Concord. But beyond that, it's like, okay, well, what else? It's like, well, silence. Meanwhile, Microsoft is like, we fucking got, we got Crash Bandicoot, we got Guitar Hero, we got Call of Duty, we got Starfield, we got Forza, we got blah, 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 you know, and they're just like, you know, fucking naming off everything. And it's like, well, I mean, yeah, you just fucking bought like one of the biggest video game publishers in the world. So the amount of content is no longer something that anybody should have any concern with. But like you're saying here, the quality is the question. And We'll see. We'll see, man. New Doom next year. That would be pretty big. See, that to me would be a pretty big one. Like I know there's probably a new Doom in development. I think it even leaked out. And if that's going to be like an Xbox exclusive and it's going to launch on Game Pass, I think it's stuff like that where it's like but that's the thing though. You have to ask this question, and this is no offense to Doom. It's not, because I think Doom is pretty successful, right? Like it's one of these, it's a legendary game franchise. But the question is simple. How many subscribers is Doom going to bring to Game Pass? How many is it going to retain? I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, that could be a ton. It could be an okay amount. It could be not enough. You're saying millions? I mean, yeah, it's potentially, yeah. Potentially. But we'll see, man. I'm telling you, guys, the second half of this generation is going to be fascinating to watch, guys. It is. Like, we are going to see some of the craziest shit happen ever. We are already seeing some of the craziest shit happen, but it's only going to get crazier. People love Doom. Yeah, it seems they do. You're saying Starfield only brought in 1 million. Where are you getting that information? I don't recall Microsoft giving a number. Doolin Jones says, name top 2 lists. What Sony's PlayStation? What publisher should they be buying? You're saying Square Enix and Konami, but they did say last time something meaningful. I mean, the 2 publishers that Sony should consider, I don't think Sony should go after Square. Only because I don't think Square is a surefire thing. I know it's the most obvious, but I just think Square has had too many struggles to where I do genuinely believe that buying Square is kind of a risk, because Sony has to take on, their failures and their struggles as well. And I would want Sony to buy a publisher that's in good standing and in good health. And I'm not saying Square isn't, but they could be better. I mean, Capcom would be fucking huge for Sony. Like Capcom, I think, would change the landscape. Certainly. I don't know that Capcom's on like the same level necessarily as Activision Blizzard, but it's up there. Bandai Namco would be fucking huge for Sony for multiple reasons. Bandai Namco, I mean, you got From Software IP there, but you're also talking about all of the anime stuff and the synergy that Sony could produce there. I know a lot of people think like Take-Two Interactive and whatnot, but I just don't see that happening. I will say, Take-Two would be on the same level as Activision Blizzard, and that would be Sony taking it right to Microsoft. But yeah, I think that Sony probably would have trouble. I mean, not only financially making that happen, but with regulators as well. You're saying Sony's best bet is Take-Two? I don't know, man. I mean, what's your logic behind that? GTA PlayStation exclusive? No way. No. That's not how that would work. That's not how that would work. If Sony bought Take-Two Interactive, GTA 6 would stay multi-platform. Everything GTA would stay multi-platform. But goddamn, if Sony acquired Take-Two Interactive, Microsoft, I'm not saying it wouldn't ruin Microsoft's plans, but it would basically, I mean, Sony would be propelled ahead of them by quite a lot. I mean, it would be kind of funny in a way, because it's like, well, Microsoft just is now, they propelled themselves with total revenue and money to become one of the biggest forces within gaming. And then if Sony got Take-Two, then Sony would just leapfrog that. And Microsoft would just be like, well, fuck. You know? But Microsoft would be just fine. Like they would both be very well off. It's just funny to think though that like getting like the idea of Sony wanting to chase revenue is interesting to me. I don't know. I don't know that they're gonna do it in that way, but Sony probably would take out a big loan. Sony would buy Epic. If they own the Unreal Engine, they'd secure their future because all games, even Xbox, use Unreal Engine. That's the smartest play. Yeah, that's such an unexciting one. That's so unexciting, though. But you're probably right. That would ensure that you got one of the most ubiquitous game engines out there. But I don't know how much money is made off of game engines, or if it's like I think, and maybe this is just like a selfish thing, I think whatever Sony decides to do in terms of acquisitions, if they do decide to buy a publisher, I think they need to try to buy a publisher that can really enhance their content flow, not just their content flow and output, but if you look at what Microsoft did, they basically made purchases to make it so that you have to consider going to Xbox and doing so through Game Pass, because we're going to have must-play content. Absolute must-play content, can't miss. Not all of the content, but some of it, right? At least something for everybody. I think Sony already kind of has that to a degree with some of their big. I think Spider-Man, for example, in the eyes of a lot of people, Spider-Man is a must-play game. I think Sony needs to go after a publisher. I know people talk about Konami. I don't think Konami's gonna sell. It's just weird to imagine Sony buying Square, because Sony's already struck all these exclusivity deals with Square, and now they're seemingly loosening their grip on Square, where now Square's starting to get cozy with Xbox. Sony, this is why I think about Capcom, man, because Sony having Monster Hunter, Resident Evil, fuck, dude. You want to talk about games that are going to be you're going to have to buy a PlayStation, or you're going to have to subscribe to PlayStation Plus. They have some really, really valuable IP. Yeah, Street Fighter. Yeah, we'll see, man. It's hard to say. I think the truth is right now, I could be wrong, but I don't know that Sony even knows. I think there's something else we have to mention here when we talk about this, right? We talk about consolidation. We talk about these big acquisitions. I think people need to remember how quickly Microsoft jumped on Bethesda and Activision Blizzard. As soon as Microsoft heard that they're looking to sell, get them right now. We'll think about everything else after. Get them now. They didn't even hesitate, dude. Sony can't do that. They can't. That, because Microsoft, that's why I've tried to explain to people that what Microsoft is doing, even though people don't want to accept it, and I understand why they don't want to accept it, it's very risky as well. I keep trying to tell people, the way Microsoft is going is not guaranteed. Just because they're willing to put up the money doesn't mean it's going to secure their future. And that's what I think people need to understand about the consolidation that's about to happen. All right. Consolidation is not when you're talking about Sony buying a publisher, they cannot make that split-second decision. They just can't. It would be, it's way too fucking risky. And Sony also can't bank on Microsoft's failure either. That's just as risky. This idea, we're not going to buy anybody because Microsoft's going to collapse. Like they're not going to be able to handle all this. And we're going to look back 5 to 7 years from now and realize that the undoing of Xbox was them buying Activision. It sunk them. They couldn't, whatever. That could happen. And that is actually a real possibility, whether anybody knows it or not. Again, I know people don't want to hear that right now. It's just the truth. In the same way that Sony's live service efforts could potentially sink them if they fuck up enough, the exact same thing can be said about Activision Blizzard and the management of their games going forward. Sony has to be able to purchase someone that they can properly manage. A publisher whose IP that really they can truly benefit from, and not something just to say like, we got this now. Like, no, it needs to be something that fills in certain gaps within Sony, things that they're missing. Again, people are talking, this is why people bring up Ubisoft, where it's like Ubisoft has some successful live service games and whatnot, but it's just something that has to be handled with a lot of care. And I do not believe Sony is in a position that Microsoft is in, where as soon as they smell blood in the water, like, oh, they're looking to sell. They're weak and they're looking to sell. Like, we got to go in. But they might. I mean, just because I don't think they should do that doesn't mean they won't if that opportunity arises. So yeah, I don't know, man. It's shit's. All I do know is, like I said, shit's gonna get crazy. It is going to get crazy. Top Shotta, you're saying a lot of people miss the aim of Microsoft. They didn't name Phil the CEO of Xbox. They title him the CEO of gaming. Microsoft wants to be a one-stop shop. Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, you don't buy these massive publishers to just be, just be known for this one thing or these two things. They're buying these publishers and growing their own internal studios so that way they can, like you're saying, they can be a one-stop shop. Why would you go to PlayStation or Nintendo when we got those types of games here for cheaper, for $10 a month? Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Whether or not they'll be able to achieve that, I'm telling you, man, I'm worried. If they bring back Guitar Hero and make it exclusive, how is Sony going to compete with that? Tony Hawk, Xbox exclusive. How are you going to compete with that? I mean, I'm mostly joking, but I kind of am wondering, like, these are unique areas that Microsoft will be able to exploit now with Activision that Sony can't. You're saying they would need Sony's help? You're probably right about that, yeah. If they were to bring back games like Tony Hawk and Guitar Hero, they would need the PlayStation install base to help them out, because that would be risky. Get the fuck out of here. Nobody's going to play those games. I would, bro. Yeah, Sony Music, help them out, bro. Collab. There you go. It just speeds up Xbox going multi-plat. I'll tell you right now, Xbox is not going to go multi-plat. I was really thinking about it. I was really pondering Satya Nadella and what he said recently, and I realized they're not going multi-plat. They're not. Like, not yet anyway. Not when I say not yet, I don't think it's anytime soon, because I think they're not going to go multi-plat if they don't have to, and they definitely don't have to. I think them going multi-plat, like across the board, would be like a last-ditch effort of, okay, we are sinking now, and we bit off more than we can chew, and we need to be everywhere to make this money back. Then they would go multi-plat. But right now, it's all about that subscription, man. Basically, what I'm trying to say is, I think Game Pass would end up, I don't say going away, but like the only time they would go multi-plat is if Game Pass wasn't enough either. You know what I'm saying? Because right now, it's all about, well, we can recoup the cost when we get enough recurring subscribers. And then if like years goes by and they're not retaining subscribers and they're just not making enough money year after year, then they would have no choice but to go multi-plat. But they have Call of Duty now, so it's like, I don't think that'll be a problem. Dark Horse, you're saying Microsoft is creating an ecosystem. Yeah, for sure. They already have one. You know, the Xbox platform is an ecosystem. The Sony platform is an ecosystem. Absolutely. That meme guy, member for 5 months, says Sony could go for Sega and get all the Persona series and SMT. That alone would be massive for them, and putting the old Persona games on premium. Mind blown. That is a play they could make. I don't know though. I wish I had more insight into Sony right now, but I don't. Yeah, I'm with Dark Horse here. I don't think Sony would make that play at all. It would be big, I think, in the eyes of some gamers, but that to me, if I had to guess, that is not even remotely a possibility right now for Sony. Just for the simple fact that I just don't think that that's something they would see. Again, like, we need to understand their competition bought Activision Blizzard. And Sony actually embarrassed themselves trying to fight for Call of Duty. So, you know, when we talk about Take-Two and how unrealistic that might be, when I say that out loud, where it's like their competition just embarrassed them. Straight up. You're saying embarrass themselves, ? They did. As much as I hate to say it, they did, man. I understand why. I'm not saying they didn't do their job. They did. They had to fight to try to stop this. But they got... I mean, so look, when Jim Ryan comes out and says, if they take Call of Duty, the PlayStation business will never recover, that's humiliating, dude. Like, they're talking about Xbox making a move that makes it so that the PlayStation business can never recover. That's what Jim Ryan said. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing, man. You're saying that was strategy? Oh, I mean, yeah, I understand that. Yes, I mean, it's like we have to say this to the regulators. We have to make it seem like we will die. But I'm just saying, like, they did that. And even if they were bullshitting, which I think they were, it didn't matter. Like, they got him anyway. Sorry. I'm telling you, I just don't think Sony is internally, like, it's such a tough thing because I keep saying how they got to be careful. They got to be precise. They got to be really careful about who they maybe try to acquire if they go that route. But there's also this part of me that knows, like, dude, they are fucking furious. Come on. Like, we know what kind of company Sony is. They're not just sitting there being like, well, you know, they got the best of us. Like, no, dude, like, Sony wants fucking revenge straight up. I know that sounds dramatic, but you know they do. You know they don't want to fucking see Microsoft coming out here and kicking them to the fucking curb, acting like, you know, we'll run this shit now. You're saying, MBG, come on, bro, that wasn't all BS, because you guys act like every Xbox comment was not lying. Let's not pick and choose. Just look at the overall picture. Well, I mean, I guess on a technical level, it probably wasn't a lie. I think it was an exaggeration, is what I think it was. I think that the PlayStation business would never recover in that way. Like, yeah, you're never going to make that kind of money again from one game, right? That you're used to making every year. But I don't think it was as bad as, like, you know, how people interpret it, where it's like, we're going to be done, guys. Like, we're fucking toast. You know, I think a lot of people took it that way. Sony wants revenge. Sony will have their revenge. GTV with a $5 super chat. He says, everybody is talking about Take-Two, and I feel like EA would be a better acquisition if a publisher were to be bought. This would include Star Wars and Marvel IP. Yeah, that's true. I just think EA is too big for Sony, man. I mean, I've had people talk to me in the past and tell me that, like, there are ways Sony could afford that. They could pursue that. But that is where I think they would get outbid. I do. I do think that's an area where we, like, even if Sony found a way to get the money, I do think, like, if another company like Disney or Amazon or somebody caught wind that Sony's about to make that move, I think they would swoop in and be like, we'll double it. Maybe not double it, but we will outbid you. And I think that, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. There's so much to unpack with that type of acquisition. I wouldn't even know where to begin. Truthfully speaking, like, I don't know if that would be the best thing Sony ever did, the worst thing they ever did, or something in between. I don't know. I just know that it's a very, very, very massive acquisition that would it would shake the industry, no doubt about it. So I appreciate that, GTV. We have Mr. No with a super chat saying, if anything, Sega would be a publisher that has diverse enough IP for Sony to dip into, and it's also in many areas that would suit Sony. Yeah, I guess you're right about that. Yeah. I mean, yeah, maybe Sega is a viable option for them. I think that would definitely be surprising because I just don't think Sega is at the forefront of most people's minds when they think of who Sony could acquire. But you're not wrong that they do have diverse enough IP. We also have to always consider when we have these conversations, these publishers have to want to sell. And I think, I could be wrong, but I think Sega recently said that they're good. They're not looking to be acquired. I think Capcom said that recently where they said they're not looking to be acquired. And that's true. There is the past bad blood between them. Yeah. I don't know if that would play a role today since it was so long ago. Top Shotta with a $5 super chat says, Jim Ryan is a numbers guy. There might be truth to PlayStation not recovering. PlayStation makes a lot of revenue, but their margin is low regarding profit. Yeah, that's another reason why Jim is pursuing the games as a service. And that's something we do have to keep in mind. You're right. He is a numbers guy. It's the business first mentality. One of the things he said to the shareholders is, if we have successful live service games, we can basically double our profit. We double the revenue, of course, but we would get way more profit because all of that money would be coming from our own game, from our own studio. No middleman, no relying on third party. And from that angle, you can see why Sony wants to have some successful live service games. But that's, again, where if Sony buys a publisher that has successful live service games, you own that. You own that revenue stream now, and you own those profits. So whatever profits that game earns, it's now yours. Saying here's a perfect one for Sony. Focus Entertainment. Focus Entertainment. What are they known for? But Top Shot, it's a good point to bring up. I'm just wondering if Sony's going to make a really bizarre purchase that makes everybody go, huh? I feel like that's what Bungie was. Like, Bungie was a bizarre purchase where everybody was like, Bungie? Really? You're saying Sony probably does want revenge. They're probably sharpening their samurai swords as we speak. I mean, dude, I'm just saying, like, I don't want to make it seem like these CEOs of Sony and the board of Sony are like, they're in there screaming and raging and punching air and shit. Like, no, not like that. But it's just like, here's what it comes down to. Here's what it boils down to. Microsoft went from being a potential threat that they neutralized to the biggest threat that they are facing. That's the reality. That's just the way it is. Sony kicked them out of the console race. They won that battle. And you would have thought that well, I guess Xbox is done for now. But instead, Microsoft came up, picked Xbox up, picked little Phil up, and said, all right, son, you can have access to the vault now. Go take it to him. And they did. And now Microsoft is the biggest threat to Sony in the gaming industry right now. They are. They are absolutely Sony's biggest threat. Maybe Nintendo is as well, but we have to wait to see what Nintendo does. Nintendo either may or may not be a big threat to Sony, but right now, considering Nintendo isn't the one buying publishers and taking games off of their platform. So I don't think Nintendo's a threat, but Microsoft is a major, major threat to Sony. And that's why I think if there's any driving force behind Sony to say we are going to have to aggressively pursue a publisher right now, it's because of that. It's because, dude, like, the unthinkable has happened. Okay? Your main competitor owns one of the biggest publishers in the world that you had a great partnership with, and all of that is gone. Just like that, it's gone. You'll still get the game for at least 10 years. You'll get the revenue, but this is the threat you're dealing with. So you're saying they switched the game. It's really smart. They said make sure games sell and we'll keep Xbox alive. It's smarter because in the end, people in the ecosystem will buy an Xbox. That's how they got me. I don't know that they'll buy an Xbox, but they will certainly flock to the ecosystem. Yeah. Josh Z with a $10 super chat. Really appreciate it, bud. You're saying Sega has a completely separate parent company that is a Japanese gambling business, Sammy Holdings. Sega is the face of all the cash flow and is put back into its parent company. I didn't know that. Josh, I feel like you told me this before, actually, though. I feel like this was ringing a bell. A gambling company, damn. Sammy Holdings. So I guess they would have to be the ones to be willing to sell Sega, right? But it sounds like, I guess from what I'm gathering, it sounds like you're saying that they wouldn't be willing to sell Sega. Sega Sammy. Is that what they're called? Sega Sammy? Sega's gambling business is massive. It reminds me of Konami, like how I hear Konami is involved in other things outside of gaming, and it like makes them a ton of money. Interesting stuff, man. Sammy is the mascot. Are you fucking with me? Now I don't know. Are you fucking with me? Yeah. Konami also owns Yu-Gi-Oh, which is huge for them, which is so random, but oh, they're a pachinko company. Sammy. I guess that, yeah. That's I don't get it. I don't understand it, but probably got some financial skeletons they don't want brought up. Yeah, you're probably not wrong. Probably not wrong. Well, at this point, because let's recap everything we discussed, because I think this stream's going to be coming to an end, as you can tell. I just realized like I'm over the 4-hour mark. I didn't mean to go this long today. But let's recap everything we discussed here, okay? First, we're hearing of a pretty significant internal shakeup at Sony. Connie Booth has officially left. It's been claimed that she's been fired. And the reasoning given by David Jaffe, or what's being reported, is because of what happened with the Last of Us multiplayer game. And now Angie Smets is taking her position. And going forward, we're going to see what PlayStation Studios and their games end up looking like under Angie Smets. As we already established when it was announced, Jim Ryan is retiring. And right now, we have Sony's Eric Limpel coming out, doing an interview. And in his interview, he basically says that Sony is preparing to have the strongest holiday season ever for PlayStation. And thanks to Spider-Man 2. Sony seems to be okay for early 2024 with Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And we also covered a report that is claiming Sony is going to be one of the major players of merger and acquisition in 2024. So we also talk about Microsoft and how they essentially paid for the narrative and it's working in their favor. And they now have a ton of hype behind them because of everything they have behind them in Activision Blizzard, all of their games, all of their IP, Bethesda, and internal Xbox studios. They have a very clear path forward. And basically what it all boils down to is 2024 is where I think we're going to see like a kind of clash of the titans, so to speak. I think the past 2 years essentially has been just this kind of back and forth between Sony and Microsoft and the regulators and Activision Blizzard that everybody just got tired of. But it's done, it's over, and I think that next year is where things, the ball really starts to roll. And Aaron Yogurt with a $5 super chat says, missed the whole stream, just wanted to show off my 2-year badge. I'm sorry you missed it, Aaron. I know I don't normally stream on Fridays, but I was just feeling it today. I might start streaming randomly on other days too. We'll see. But Aaron, I appreciate that, man. Not only do I appreciate the super chat, but thank you for being a longtime member. You and Josh Z both have a 2-year membership badges, which is awesome to see, man. Flex that badge, bro. Absolutely. But yeah, that's pretty much where we are right now. And so the final thing I'll say is, even though I keep mentioning 2024 is going to be the year where we really find out what's going on with Sony, there is a decent chance, I'd actually say a good chance, that between now and the end of the year, we're going to get some reports potentially from, I would hope, from well-known insiders giving us more insight into what they're hearing, what's going on, and hopefully some quotes. So, yeah. MBG, this year's Game Awards could be great for game reveals. I do agree with that, yeah. That could be a big moment for Sony where they could kind of end the year with a bang, potentially, with some kind of crazy reveal at the Game Awards. But yeah, either way, I do expect the Game Awards to be really good this year. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's also worth noting that the Game Awards gets a ton of viewership. Like, their viewership grows every single year. I mean, it's massive. So it's not unthinkable that both Sony and Microsoft are going to want to have big reveals at this year's Game Awards, or just other publishers in general. So I'm looking forward to it, man. It's happening, I think, December 6th, if I'm not mistaken. But guys, I think that's going to do it for this stream. I'm definitely feeling a little bit worn out here. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Did you guys enjoy the show? It could be a 6-hour show this year. It could be, yeah. It could be. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I enjoyed it. I think this was a great conversation. I think we really did a lot of speculation, but I think it's enjoyable. I love kind of diving deep into the weeds of this stuff. We have Omen86 with a super chat. At the end here, he says, Xbox sees a clear path. They start pouring cash. After a while, the asphalt stops, the gravel road starts, and they end up driving off a cliff. Damn, Omen86 taking us for a ride there. Look, man, I know it's an unpopular opinion, and it's certainly unpopular if it's coming from a PlayStation person like me or others, but that is a real possibility, and there's no denying it. I mean, I want to remind people that Microsoft is the same company that bought Nokia when they were trying to get their phone business to succeed. and it didn't matter. Like shit just went off a cliff, like you're saying, and they had to shut it down. Now Xbox is in a different position. They're not in the same position. Xbox has significantly more market share than Windows Phone ever did. And I think because of that, they have a much better shot at making this work. And I think that's why they have so much confidence. Zune, oh yeah, I totally forgot about Zune. I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't think Microsoft is too late to the party here. I think that they found another way and they're pursuing it. And I don't blame them for doing so, but I just think people need to realize that the industry itself is volatile. It's not just Microsoft. It's not just Sony. Anything that any of these companies are doing at the end of the day is risky. But there's no denying that Microsoft is easily pouring the most amount of money into it. Like you're saying, they're pouring the most amount of money into it. And because of that, they have the most to lose. So this is the sink or swim moment for Game Pass. Starting I would say starting in 2024. Or maybe it started with the release of Starfield. It is a sink or swim for Game Pass where it's like this is either going to work and we're going to find the growth or we're not. And I think with Sony, it's not so clear. I'm telling you, man, I just want to see Sony come out and reveal some fucking games. That's all I want. I know it's that simple, really. I just want to see what Sony's been cooking. And I'm sure we'll see what Xbox has cooking as well for 2024. But either way, Omen, I do appreciate your super chat. And that's a good way for me to segue into thanking all of you guys for the incredible support today. We are ending the stream at 150 members, which is incredible. That's a massive number. Again, the original goal was 50, which is already a large number of members. And somehow you guys basically tripled that. And so I have to give you a massive thanks for that. I mean, sincerely. It's awesome to see. And another super chat here at the end from Omen86. He says, Sega sold more Dreamcast than Microsoft did Series X consoles. Let it sink in. Omen86, the Sega Dreamcast fanboy coming in, making it known that the Dreamcast is greater than the Series X. Dude, so really quick though, since you mentioned console sales, I did see that VG Charts put out sales estimates, I guess, for PlayStation, Nintendo, and Microsoft from January to September. And I don't know how accurate it is, but man, if it's true, holy shit. 12 million PlayStation 5s, 10 million Switches, 4 million Xboxes. That's fucking crazy if true. Like, I mean, look, it is VG charts, so I don't know how accurate they are, but goddamn, that is brutal. That is absolutely brutal. And it'll be interesting to see how many units Sony ends up selling this holiday to kind of add on top of that. But yeah, that is a 3-to-1 ratio, which is man, who would have thought? Who would have thought? Phil Spencer didn't think so, though. It just, honestly, it reminds me of that email that Phil Spencer sent when the PlayStation 5 was revealed. He sent it to Satya Nadella, and he was like, I'm feeling real confident. I think we have the better console. I think it's going to go great. And it's just like, who would have thought, man, that this is how it would end up? Anyway, thank you guys so much for all of your support. I also want to make sure I give a big shout out to everybody who donated a super chat. A lot of you guys donated super chats today. I appreciate this direct support. I also appreciate you taking the conversation into some different directions. And the last thing I'm going to ask you guys to do, or ask you to do before we head out here, is just hit that like button. And I also want to make sure I give a shout out to Devil Shooter. I told him he doesn't have to do the timestamps for today because it's not a normal like stream day. I think he said he's going to do them anyway. They just might come a little bit later. So if you see him with the timestamps in the comments, give him a thank you. I know he really appreciates it. And my goal, I still hope to stream on Sunday as well. So look out for that. But that does it, guys. Another somehow 4-hour stream, almost 4.5 hours. But I hope you all enjoy the rest of your day. And that's it. I will catch you all in the next one. So until then, take care, everyone.